Hey Rombik, welcome. Yes, it is happening. Even though I'm not thrilled about it. Hey Boomer, hey Kerry, welcome. I hope that you are prepared for some pain. Hey Jake. Hey Finboy, welcome. One thing that I forgot to mention is that I actually am challenged to beat the game faster than Baron. And that means I have to beat the game in 5 hours. Hey everybody. I'm probably not going to be able to catch up with the chat as much as I'm used to because there will be so many people. So sorry if I miss some messages. What did I want to say? Yeah, Baron actually beat this game, has beaten this game in 7 hours on his stream. And his run was also blind. I've never played this, I have very little experience with platformers. This is just Jake's pound of flesh that he will take from my body for forcing him into playing my Caesar tree creations. So there is bound to be a lot of pain. And we'll be playing on normal, because I have to beat the game in 5 hours or less. Otherwise I will have to spin the wheel of misfortune as well. So there definitely is a motivation. Yeah, but Baron also played this in normal. So Kerry stipulated a challenge for me to play this in normal. Yeah, we have to play Megaman 2 and 3. So let's start with normal. What is start key in keyboard setting? I have no idea. Enter is not it. Maybe it's no on-stream timer. I could set up a timer. I think I muted my music by accident. Saved state. I have no experience in running emulators like this. Check the controls in the config. Okay. Controls. Here we go. Should have probably done this before, but start is enter, so it should have worked, but it does not. It should have worked, but it does not. Okay. Yeah, we can have a bet, but I need to figure out this first. I need to make sure that I can actually run this game. So I will need to shut this program off. I think it bugged out a little bit. So give me a sec to boot it up again. Yeah, even the menu beats me, so I think the prediction will be quite easy. Let's open up the game. Thanks for the follow. We are back, right? Yeah, I just need to adjust this. And fit this to screen. No, it looks like it's just fine. Now it works. Okay. So we have all these stages, I guess. These are like bosses that we need to beat, right? So I will just pick one at random. Okay, so controls are left, right? How do we jump? Let me check the controls again. Left, right, down, up. Maybe I need to use the keys. Enter. Enter is the power menu, right? These are like abilities or gadgets. Typically Z and X for emulators to jump or shoot. This is shoot. This is jump. Okay. Okay, first enemy, so I need to jump and shoot. Yes. More frogs? Okay. What is this? I'm so horrible at this already. I've probably chosen a bad stage to learn this on as well. Yeah. We will get a prediction. But I think it's going to be very easy to get some points that way. No reason not to, right? Maybe there will be some believers. So, give me a sec to set it up. And we'll set the prediction time to 10 minutes. Okay, it should be set up. I'm definitely not going to like this, Jake. I'm not a platformer man at all. Why am I so bad at life? Thanks for all the follows. If you aren't for more platforming, then you are probably going to be disappointed. I'm doing this for Jake and for nobody else. Starting with the impossible to see Bubble Man level, the first choice. Yeah, I have no idea which level is like easiest of these, so just selected one at random. I also guess that we have like time, like lives, so I cannot just die indefinitely. Okay, don't let the frogs get you. I'll need to use the jump very effectively, which is bad because not going to finish Ori. No, Ori was just so that I can run this game for Jake. This was the whole reason. Let's give Airman a shot. Bubble or metal? Okay. Go. Why am I so bad? Let's go. This ain't gonna go well. Already almost out of HP. That's probably like energy, right? It's not health. Health is white box or orb. Yeah, I think Lose Lobby is having a good chance here, so probably there will be like big payout for win if I manage to do it, which is very improbable. This just seems impossible. How am I supposed to beat this? Just run. Go. It's pretty bad. No, I never played a Megaman game before, and I do not play platformers. I only played 2 platformers in my life, and it was like 2 days ago when I realized I have to do this. Yeah, I don't think I will disappoint you, Kane. Just horrible. So, Marek, ever thought of streaming yourself designing Caesar maps? Well, I actually made a stream when I created a map on stream and showed off how to properly edit them and do all the other things that you need to set up a good scenario. I also uploaded that to YouTube on my dump because people are kind of interested in that. But this is something that I would never choose to play myself. This is like pure torture for me, if you haven't figured that out yet. It's like exact opposite of what I would enjoy. Find a rhythm, yeah, but I need to get hold of the controls as well. Even the jumping seems like kinda random. Sometimes he jumps more, sometimes he jumps less. Seems very strange. Yeah, but the spikes are constantly like killing me. Maybe I should just die and yeah, choose another stage instead. This is not going to go anywhere. Controller, I'm not using a controller, I am using a keyboard. So it's probably not great. Quick man. What? Well, I'm not going to buy a controller just because I have to play one game. You probably have to jump down, right? Yeah. Okay. All of these are enemies. Okay. They are still fine. What is this? We have Fade to Black. Some serious damage on these guys. It's not great. Jump. Already almost dead. Stuck. So if I get touched by these orange lasers, I just instantly die. I also have no idea how expensive controllers are. But it's not about money, I could afford one easily, but I just don't want to buy something just for a single game that I have to play. Because I have banned all other platformers, blacklisted them from my dictators and long play options. Plus said, I'm doing this just for Jake. This is not at all what I would choose to do. Okay. He respawned already. Kill this. What are these blue things? I have no idea. Maybe ammunition? Right? Not again. Small ammo pickup. Okay. Thanks for the hint. Jump, go, run. You will never make it with a keyboard. Probably. But I think the keyboard is least of my concerns. I think it's more about my abilities than anything else. Let's go. There are like checkpoints, right? I don't think I had to run this part again, so maybe there's a chance. Yeah, the punishment roll will be horrible. There are some pretty nasty things on the Wheel of Misfortune. You can check it out on my Discord, by the way. It's free to add more horrible things to it. And on the Wheel of Misfortune there actually are platformers. So that is the exception I have, because it's not supposed to be good. Already dead? Oh, I will not blame the keyboard. I am well aware of my abilities, or in this case disabilities, to play something like this. I'm just this bad, that's it. Like, there is no excuse that would justify what's currently happening on screen. At least Marek is enjoying himself well. I assure you, it's not the case. Run! I will now make an addition. Feel free to do it. A link to the Discord is in the channel description. And of course, you are free to join in just for the sheer enjoyment of it, because I tried to make my Discord actually like a good place to hang out. It's also a place where you can post maps. I will play them if you post them in the Caesar 3 related category, or even Stronghold maps, anything like that. Yeah, basically. The punishment idea, many people in Jakeverse actually have something like that going. So I just took it and named it Wheel of Misfortune. Torture check with. Yeah, this is torture. But I think it's justified. Since we played Celicus and won it, this is the least I can do. Then I would wonder what a check is. Yeah. Not many Czech streamers, I think, that stream in English. Mostly they focus on Czech, and then they have very small niche audience. Or audience of kids, which is even worse. Mouse of the screen, that would be great. Yeah, sorry for that, I will do it. After we die, we will try a different stage. This one is also too hard for me. What games do Czech like best? I think strategy games are fairly popular, but also heretical stuff like Minecraft and Factorio and stuff like that. Also streams in Czech are disgusting to listen to, yeah. That's part of the reason why it's not a good idea to stream in Czech if you are Czech, because you are never going to grow your audience, and for most people it will just be gibberish, indecipherable from like other languages. With German and English it actually has like common basis, so you can at least get some words, but in Czech it's just so different. Wouldn't be a good idea to go into that. I kinda like Factorio, but also not really, because I usually am very stubborn and I pick that world settings and then I die. And I run with mods, and mods are not something that most people enjoy. It's not about pride, it's just practicality. It's very impractical to use it for streaming. I of course use it all the time in my like regular life stuff. Let's try Hitman. Yeah, many people play Factorio with mods, but I don't think many people stream it with mods. Because there is like a school of thought that says that if you are using mods, then you are cheating. Not that I would say that, but I've seen that opinion come up several times in Jakeverse, so... Depends on the mods, yeah, that as well. Can I jump from down here? That was bad. So if I touch the lava, I die, but if I get hit, I have like this blinking, which means that I don't take additional damage. Nerfed biters. No, that's not what I would pick for mods. I would pick something that would make the game grueling slog and then I would die repeatedly. I like the difficulty, it's just... there are so many things to pick from when it comes to mods that I am like a kid in a grocery store. I cannot satiate myself, so I just pick a bunch of things that don't necessarily come together very well, and then I also like the grinding aspect of many games, which is very like not meta. So I like things like in Tia I like the crafting a lot, where you just go infinitely grind resources into research and experience, which many people find annoying, but I like it. So I'm a very strange kind of man in that regard. It's natural. Yeah. Not natural at all. Starting to get a hang of it. I'm not sure about that, maybe. This stage seems like it might be possible, but I'm really like surprised if enemy comes out and then I instantly die, because it throws me in the lava. So that is that. Kill all these. No. Should we try another stage or continue this one? I think this one is doable. Just need to not be bad at life, which is a problem. Jump to this column. This one. Do not let them stop you. Another one spawns instantly. These are like immortal or invulnerable to my regular weapon. Looks like. Trying to beat out these back in the day. And my family is not playing any games, so that's very different. I guess that's fun if your family plays as well. What are these freaking blocks? I don't think this will be good. I'm almost dead already. Can we jump up? No. What's gonna happen? Is it going to throw me all the way to the beginning? Yeah. Pretty bad. Revenge of the block. Yeah. I'm really bad. Maybe we should start a new stage once I die again. We still haven't tried like half of them. And this is the easier game of all the other Megamans, so even more sadistic than Silica's housing block. Maybe on par. I think it's not necessarily much worse. For now, we have just started out, so it's not affecting my sanity yet, but it's going to probably be the case before we end. Kill the bunny. Yeah, I think Megaman 1 was very hard. I think I saw Baron play it. And it was just mind-boggling how difficult that was. What is this? Can we kill it? Yes. Also, what's up with these graphics? Almost looks like it's Veep. These dogs are a real pain. Let's go. This time it's going to be totally different with the freaking dogs. Like, we could have nice things. I could have played something nice, right? But no, Jake picked this out of everything else that he could have picked for my punishment. Kill it. Yeah, this is punishment for losing a bet. Because I betted that Jake would not be able to beat Celica's Certamen CZ3 map that I made. Just think all the Civ games Jake has played lately. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if I was into platformers, I would probably enjoy the difficulty, if anything else. I like difficult games, but since I don't play platformers like at all, this game feels very, very hard and strange to me. Can't believe that I never was faced with it in my entire life. But here we go. This is one of your top games of all time. Well, I guess there are people who actually like this. No shame in that. Everybody can like something different. Just that it feels like I would play literally anything else rather than this. There are a ton of people who like this. Yeah. Good for them. This stage also seems hard. I'll have to switch again. Or it doesn't feel hard, it just feels like I'm very bad. Think of it like harvesting StarCraft 2 minerals timing is important, just like you're jumping and attacking. It does not compare to RTSs at all. This is just a different kind of beast. Shows that APM, yeah. Did you intend to let Jake reload on Silicus? I kinda expected it, but I wished for no loads of saves. Just like if you die, you go back to the beginning and have to redo the map. That's how most of my maps should be played. But since the map is such a pain in the ass to play, I don't blame Jake. And I probably, if I intend to beat the map at any point myself on stream, I should probably do the same. It's very unreasonable. You can die because of many different things very, very quickly. So this is going to be our last life, right? Probably. Kill the rabbit. We all learned that natives claim sea tiles and will crush you for building a dog of war onto it. Yeah, I knew that. That's why I placed him there. To roast the unfortunate souls that would try that and not know. Actually, thinking about it, it's not as bad as on some other maps with the natives. There are shit ton of them, but on some other maps where you have just one reservoir and bunch of aqueducts, you actually will like lose most of your city due to devolutions all the way to small towns if they crunch an What else is there? Metal Man? Go. Peace rating is at 0, yeah. Is this a no spoiler stream? Yeah, it should be. This level seems bad. I doubt I will be able to do this. I'm very sloppy, by the way. I'm not good at all at playing platformers or any game that requires precision like this. I'm good at RTSs because usually you can get away with being sloppy. Not so much here. Yeah, Baron knows. So we can kill these. Get some health back. Yeah, I think the weapon is the same, but you get like different gadgets. All of these moving platforms seem really deceiving. You enjoy the backstories, that's good. I try to implement some history into them. It's 5 hours to beat the game. And yes, I got that it was a sarcasm, but still need to clarify that. Victory was never an option. But there is a problem with me being horrendously bad at this. And that problem is that if I am not able to do this, then not only I'll have to spin the wheel of misfortune, but I'll also have to play this again. And then play Megaman 3. Doing fine. It doesn't feel like it's fine, but let's still have some hope. Yeah, Mega Man 3 will need to be done. 2 hours to beat one level. Yeah, that sounds like what I would probably have as an experience as well, because currently I'm just really bad. It will be just fine, yes. Surely it feels good to be acquiring a new gaming skill. No, Jake, it does not feel good at all. But you know what? I keep my promises, so I'm doing this for you, you know? It's how nice I am, and honorable. Still not even an hour in, so the salt levels are very minuscule currently. Yeah, you need to look out for these crashers. All these moving parts are not making it easier. History is not kind to people in this community who do not keep their promises. TBV was timed out for a very, very long time until he did his promised microphone stream. Okay. Yeah, honor is very important, I think. If you promise something, you should keep it, unless there is a very specific and a very good reason not to. And it would have to be very thoroughly explained why. And then you would have to do something as either a punishment or as something else instead to kick back to the community. He bets that Stellaris would not be working or join in launch. Jokes on him. Game over. Let's try a different stage. We are running out of stages very quickly. So that was Flashman? Crashman. Sounds like my kind of man. What is this? Are these ladders? Yeah, we cannot shoot while on the ladder, I don't think. I cannot climb because I'll get hit and fall. So I guess we'll just have to kill them again. This is normal. Go, go, go. I can't climb and shoot at the same time? Felt like I couldn't, but maybe I'm just bad. Like jumping down a whole level like this. Always good. Why? What do I have to do? Do I have to press something to catch the ladder while I'm in the air? Yeah, okay. Hey, Aircrown. It's going very, very poorly as was expected. Grown man, it's basic gaming concepts live. Yeah. There is nothing I can say that would justify what this is. So, let's say nothing. Thanks for the follow. Up makes me grab ladders, okay. I think I'm shooting myself in the foot by just wanting to go past these while I know that they are going to just hit me and then it's going to be bad. It's an accurate representation of the Seleucid Empire. Yeah, I had to think of it something like that to make it at least a little bit palatable. What are these people? Let's go. What is this? Moving platform. Okay. Shoot the bad people. Catch the ladder. Go up. Jump. When are you joining Mario Marathon? Never! Never ever again will I play something like this unless I have to do it via punishment wheel or rest of the Jake's pound of flesh that he requested to be taken from my body for making him play Celicus. Let's go. No. Go. But surely we need to know if anyone can beat Baron's 69 hours of May. Someone maybe, but that someone is not me. There is something very cruel at forcing people to play not only a game that is like bad, but also a game that is like an entirely different genre of things that they would like or play. It feels like especially cruel. I shouldn't really complain that much. Is someone technically still running? Probably. So I'll just have to wait and then they will respawn again and then it will be horrible again and then I fall. Tyrion is still on the clock. Yeah, I'll probably be at this for a while. And Megaman 3, since it's probably more difficult than this, will take me ages to complete. I'll have to like dedicate a day per week to just grinded it for a while until I'm maybe at some point in the future able to be rid of this once and for all. Come on, let me do it. Rolling Ninja has beaten Metal Man. Well, good for you. Should we take the health? Yeah, we should probably grind them for like drops, right? Maybe I can do worse than Baron. I think Baron will beat me on this, and I'll have to spin the wheel. What were my first games? Caesar 3 was my first game ever. Or actually, no, I'm lying. It was Wolfenstein 3D on DOS, and then Dina Blaster. And maybe Superplex and Tetris. But these are ancient times. Yeah, great games in the time that they came out, but I wouldn't really play them nowadays. Okay, giant ladder, so where is this going? There's another helmet guy. Cannot shoot him, right? No. Can we kill him? Yes. At least we did not die from the fall, so I guess we should be grateful. There is this helmet guy again. If I jump, then I die, right? Yeah. Instantly fall to my death. Again? How am I supposed to do that? I probably just need to shoot a little faster. I'm so sloppy. So I think this is going to be like on par with Baron, maybe a little worse. Well, yeah, but when I have to jump as well, and there is a tight space where I need to stand, I usually just fall because I'm bad. You need to consider that, not only what you need to do, but can I actually do it? It's a big consideration. Let's just go. Why this again? Say no to birds. Can I shoot up? No. What am I supposed to do here? I really don't know. Where is this? Oh, it's near this guy, okay. So there is the big ladder, that will be the turtle guy, and then the birds. Birds are horrible. Okay. Just have to wing the bird part. Yeah. I'll have to just find a way to go through it, but first I need to deal with this again. I need to move to the edge and then get pushed back just a little bit. I think that's the play. No, still not close enough. It's getting worse. And I think we tried all the bosses. Maybe I can go back to some of the initial ones, since I should be technically a little better with controls now. But I doubt it's going to be the case. I just really want to beat this, so I don't have to ever see this again. It's the like only motivation. Doing the same thing and failing all over again seems really bad. I should do something differently, but stand on the freaking edge. No, he immediately shoots me, so maybe I should jump to evade his like shot, right? Hey, Saint Cladden, welcome. Yeah, but he jumps at me after that, and I'm almost dead. But it's going to go well for the birds up top. If I ever manage to get to them again. I should maybe just fall into the abyss and try a different boss. Might be a better solution than trying this again and again. Was that my last life? Yes. Good. Let's give Bubble Man a shot again. This is the frogs, right? Frogs will be terrible. Some health. Okay. And these, yeah, I need to be quick with these falling blocks. So why did you agree to this? I've taken a bet with Jake. That's why I agreed to this. I would never do this voluntarily, but it seemed impossible that he would be able to beat the map, so it's only fair that I suffer through this. Will teach me a valuable lesson at not betting ever again. Bubble Man. Let's try Airman. This is the disappearing blocks. Yeah, this one is terrible as well. All of them feel like it's impossible. I just cannot do it. Minor Czech commentary, because Czech language is very specific. We already talked about this actually today. Nobody would understand me and it wouldn't benefit anybody. So just stick with English. In drill parts, Jake has redeemed speak Czech for a minute. Dobře, Jakeu, jak chceš. Takže budu mluvit česky. Sice mi nebudeš rozumět, ale myslím si, že moje utrpení ti přinese spoustu požitků. Neměl jsem se s tebou sázet, protože očividně i nejtěžší mapa v Cezarovi je pro tebe pořád ještě snesitelná, což jsem nepředpokládal, a teď musím hrát tuhle hroznou věc, která mi způsobí veliké utrpení. Vaguely like a Scot. Nemyslím si, že zním jako Scot. I'm gonna wake up with a horse here. Here in my bed. Hair. Head. No. I think that was like a minute, so Try another case of this. European doesn't sound like I expected. Yeah. It's very similar to other Slavic languages, so... other Slavs like Polish people or people from Eastern Europe in general should probably understand at least some of the words when I speak Czech, but it's not great. Let's just stick to English, why not? Right? It's much easier for everybody involved. Checks out. Why do I die? Veliké, yeah. Veliké means big. This stage is pure salt, so let's move on. But every stage is pure salt, so... let's try Heatman. No, this is the lava, right? Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Go. Lava. Okay. Need to be more conscious, but the respawning enemies are really what gets me most of the time. These like flying things. Very distracting to me, even if they are not touching me directly. It's just such a pain to have them around. I have to constantly have them in the back of my mind. As if the platforming itself was not hard enough for me. There will be the freaking squares, right? The disappearing squares. Best kind of squares there are. It's like native huts. You have to build around them. Yeah. Let's die. I need the full lives, right? Start again. I think this stage is kinda beatable. Imagine playing a game where there is constant looming problem that's just waiting to trip you for the slightest mistake. Well, yeah, the natives are kinda similar in that manner, but platformers are just so different. It's just such a different genre. I've never played this voluntarily. It feels... I think it... if you would imagine, like somebody who never played an RTS game, and then he made a stupid mistake and he bet it against you, and then you have a choice to make him play whatever you want. And you say, hey, you don't know anything about this, you don't have any indication of how hard this is going to beat, but let's say I'm going to force you into playing Silicus Certamen on very hard without saves, and you will play this until you beat it, one way or the other. On stream, of course. And then the person would absolutely hate city building and real-time strategy aspects of the game. I imagine that would be like comparable. Cross-platformer to many people, yeah, I can see why. But I don't see why you would continue to like platformers after experiencing this. I guess it's really good. I cannot really judge it because to me it just feels like bullshit, but that's because I don't like these games. My submission has tons of saves. Okay. Let's just die again. I don't think I have many more lives left. One more. Should try a different stage. This one is bad. But all of them are bad. I just never was able to finish even one of them. What is this? No, this is the final boss, right? Flash, man. No, I don't think so. Should probably... No, I think I did. I tried everybody. But I'm just terrible, so I'm not even able to beat the easiest one, I guess. Let's try the dogs again. We'll give him a shot after I die, inevitably. Okay. Proceed. More bad people. Oh, how am I gonna do this? I always get hit anyway. It's so bad. And another one. No health. Go, go, go. There will be more terrible things, right? Yeah. Is this the boss? I have no idea. Nope. Not even a single level has been beaten yet. I wouldn't compare them to natives necessarily. Very different in their own cruel way. Freaking birds. Go. Can we get a health drop? No, no bosses just that. Can I jump this high? Yeah, I can, but the birds. Go. At least now there is like some progress. Looking good. It's not looking good. But we are a little bit closer to beating a single level, maybe. I have no indication how long these levels are. But we are probably kinda close. It's very different. This is like official game. My custom maps are just mine. Freaking chickens. Well, not if I die like this. Do I have to do the apes again? I think I do. And this is probably my last life. And just like killing anything on screen is basically worthless because it respawns, right? So maybe I shouldn't even worry about that. Especially the birds. Go. But the apes are just... I'm always thinking that they are going to jump me at any second. So ignoring them can be dangerous. Okay. Maybe there is a chance, I just need to get good, you know? It's kinda hard for me, so... Maybe there is a way to redemption yet. Kill this. Health. Good. Now there will be the chickens. Horrifying chickens. Take the health. What is this? Now this is the boss room. This is a health pool, right? He has these freaking leaves. That's bad. You've been looking forward for this. Why are you like this? Can't we have nice things? Why can't we have nice things? Could we play something good? Something like, I don't know, StarCraft or Age of Empires or Caesar or whatever. Yeah, we are probably going to like get to some of them eventually, right? Because humans have the ability to actually get good at stuff if they are doing it constantly, even if they are bad like me. This is karmic justice that has been a long time coming. Watch her mouth, fishy. I am not a bad person. I never force people to play my maps. It's just, you know, a constant reminder. Hey, you should play this. Hey, you should play this, you know. Well, I would certainly rather play that, like, for a long time, rather than spend a minute playing this more than I already had. Yeah, I guess there are many worse ones than this. I have no idea, no indication, because, as I said, never played these, just 2 days ago loaded up 2 games. I actually played Steam World Dig 2 a little bit after Jake made it his one-shot. I found the game a little interesting, but it's a platformer, so I immediately realized it was a big mistake to think it would be fun. Yep. That's basically the idea, right? Why do I jump so soon and then get roasted? Sanity is a crutch. Yeah, clearly. Like in Darkest Dungeon, right? Marek's resolve is tested, and if it gets tested, then I have a chance that it will actually be a buff instead of a horrible crippling curse or insanity. Play Wellington's retro marathon game. Yeah, I really have no idea how many worse games than this in the platformer section there are. Yeah. It's basically the only choice here. But maybe you should give a different level a go as well, since getting past these dogs is quite difficult for me. Not sure if you noticed, but I'm really bad. Get immediately hit in the face. I'm always getting hit, even if I jump, I just get hit. Okay, so maybe we just need to give him light faster. Let's pick a different stage. I think somebody said I should do Flashman? Yeah. What is this? Okay. Can we kill it? What is this? Do I have to kill them all? And this is slippery, right? Yeah, it's like ice. How do I get past the freaking block? Game says no. Ah, there is a passage. I see. Kill this. Surely no one in the chat would steer you onto the hardest one right off the bat, surely. Yeah, but Jake betted to win, so that makes me think his concern is genuine, but who knows. So far this doesn't seem that bad compared to some of the other ones. Can't earn points. Ah, okay. Yeah, because he's in Sweden, right? But I guess he should have VPN. So he could bet if he wanted to, right? Take the health. Believe nobody ever. Well, maybe I'm naive then. But maybe you are just a good guy after all this time, and people have just been terribly misjudging you, right? And that's the main reason why you force the children into the mines. Let's kill this thing. I also have a nice person. Celicus changed that. Yeah, it's the safest place, and it's good for the society as well, right? I'm going to die. Let's go. These things again, just ignore them. Yeah, definitely. If I get stomped, it takes like half my HP, so that's not good. Should be mindful of that. I should also try to kill this man. Small ball of health. I need to jump better. Which means immediately fail. Just run. No. It was not meant to be. I don't know, because I'm bad. Have you not noticed that before? There is no other explanation, there is no other excuse. Face first into killer bot, yeah. Ah! Does not have any of that. Bad people. Swedish government has monopoly on gambling. They want their share of Mark's salt crystals. How dare they? It's almost there, yeah, and I have like no health left. This is bound to go well. No, bad man. Is it going to just run at me? No. He can also shoot. You see, Jake, game is over. That means that we can stop, right? No, of course not. This has to go on. This ain't over until it's over. And it ends with either me in the mental hospital, confined to the dangerous patients department, or me beating this game with some serious mental scaring. Why do I make these poor decisions? Maybe both, yeah. I guess they are not mutually exclusive, right? You know what would be great? If you would be confined to a mental hospital after spending 24 hours playing this. And then they would be like, hey, you had a rough time. Surely you deserve some recreational activities. And then they would just strap you near an old Nintendo console. And there would be Megaman games. And there would be no escape. I think that would be something that Czech mental hospital would actually have in their inventory for the patients to enjoy. Maybe that's part of the reason why there is such a low recovery rate, right? Go. Yeah, at least for me it would be a thing of nightmares. I'm sure some other sick people would enjoy that. Yeah, I have nice thoughts like that all the time. Ah, I have to go there. Yeah, it is on the Wheel of Misfortune carry. I am aware of that, and there is a good chance that it will not be rolled, but also a good chance that it will be rolled. So, I need more additions to the wheel so I can avoid it. Need to go to Bohemia. Yeah, you should, Jake. And by the way, I think you said that it is expensive here. It's not expensive here at all. The cost of living is... I think you pay in Prague, in the major city, and you said you don't want to live in a city, so if you were not living in a city, you would be paying like... how much? I need to count it. So... euros, right? Euro is like 24 crowns. So you would be paying like 600, maybe 500 euros just for a rent. But that's doable. It's not like terrible. For a fairly spacious apartment as well. Just face tank him. Shoot the bad people. How much is a pint of Pilsner in Czech? It depends on where you go. If you go to a pub in the city, in like a fairly regular pub for Czechs, then you could get a pint of beer for around €1. But if you go to like places where also tourists go or higher classes go, then you actually pay like €2 or €3. 7 more to go, yeah. Okay, so what is this? Get equipped with item 3. What is an item 3? Stage select? Okay, so now we've beaten this. What is the next easiest one? I think I came quite quick, quite close with the Woodman. So we should probably try him again. There will be the dogs, but I know it's doable to reach the boss. Well, doable by me. Of course it's doable. How do I bring up the menu of items? Is it... does anybody know what is the vanilla command for it? Q, enter. So what is P? It's just my health? Yeah, enter. But I have no idea what this is. 3. Probably just give this a go. What is this? Candy? I guess we should save up the ammo. We have this. This is stop time. And it costs me a bunch of my stuff. P is just regular shooting, right? Yeah. I'm so bad at this. Now the switching of abilities is going to be something that I mismanage a lot. Yeah, I just need to find out what the things are doing, and I'm bad, therefore I waste a bunch of it. Now the dogs. Abilities are a resource. You need to manage them. Yeah. Can manage them in real time. Yeah. Great. Now I will die here due to this dog. Is there a reason why am I so bad at this? I need to get my shit together. Let's just use the initial blaster. I think that's a fairly good weapon until we reach the boss. Then we can probably cheese him with some of the stuff, right? Does it not stop the game when I press enter? It does, okay. So we should... No, let's take the... let's take the vanilla weapon. This one is gone. This guy is the bane of my existence. And there will be one more, right? Oh yeah. So we need to stay in the area where it actually hits lowest near the ground, right? That's like the idea. Or can I jump higher in this nook? Yeah, it looks like it. I need some health. Or not. Game is over. We'll need to try this again. I think this stage is my best bet. The other ones were just nope. Let's not do anything. Kill the bad people. Ignore the bats. You could use the stop time, I guess, yeah. But I'm bad, so I will waste most of the ammo for just one critter. That's probably not like the best use of my resources, right? But if I die anyway, that's inconsequential, as long as I can get through it, right? Let's check the next page. This is the time stop, right? Switch? I don't know what I should do now. Oh, I can switch. Now I will just die. The abilities are a scam. If only all the enemies were just rabbits, I would be golden. I still get shot in the face. Let's just go. Got hit there, that's not great. Kill it. Some ammunition, which is inconsequential for me. How do we deal with this guy again? Well, not like this. Managed to kill him, but then I died, so it's pretty bad. Constantly getting more powers, and get more powers you have, the more options you have to deal with the stages. Yeah. I got that, but I'm also bad, so actually using the abilities is something that I need to do to make the game easier, which is the tricky part for me. It's not having the abilities, it's just even if I have them, I cannot use them properly, so it's not necessarily making it easier for me. Just another thing to keep in mind on top of everything else. Some health. Yeah, probably that's the thing I need to do, right? But on these dogs specifically, I don't even think they would be very useful. Kill him. Some health. Good. Now just don't die to this guy and we will be good. Half the health. Maybe we can kill some creeps. I don't even remember what's next. Oh no, we will have to go up and there will be the freaking birds, right? Freaking birds are bad. Apes? Maybe we can get some health out of the apes. No, that's just ammunition. Go. More ammo. Ah, swarm of angry things. Ah, little bit of health. Ah. No more. I am almost dead. Yeah, but I have to kill them, and that's a problem. I'm bad at hitting things, especially if they are small. Okay, we are almost dead again. Maybe there will be a save point near the boss that could potentially save my ass. Game over. We need to get there without dying so that we can have a bonus health, like life for the boss. If I fail this again, I will try a different stage, I think. I need to do something else with my life. Don't constantly fail at this level. Okay. Managed to kill him fairly quickly, but the next ones are the problem. So I'm bad at dealing with this. Shoot him. No health. This time we were not lucky. Maybe I could try to kill the small birds, but it might backfire horribly. Maybe the bats will be kind and drop me some stuff. Yes. Apes. A bit of health. Okay, nice. Big health. Don't get killed. Go. Now the rabbits. Down the rabbit hole we go. Another refill. So far it looks kinda good. I don't think I died yet on this life. Go. Kill this guy. Chickens, okay. Maybe a little bit. But I'm still very bad. Dr. V. Dr. W. Is this the boss room? Yeah, this is the boss room, right? Plus, press enter, come on. Give me the freaking candy. Can we shoot, please? No. The candy is just horrendous. The items aren't weapons. Okay. So that's pretty bad for my existence. Face tank him. If I get hit, I die. Yeah, if I don't get hit in melee, I should be able to just face tank him, right? Getting around stages, okay. It's just impossible for me to dodge that. So I'll just stand in this corner, try to shoot his face. Die! Yeah, this is definitely not how the stage is supposed to be won. I guess if I used the freaking candy to get on the wall, it could have helped, but I'm also bad, so not really. Nicely done. Thanks, but I think there is little glory in this. What's next? Quick man? Try the metal man. Okay. This one was the second one. We've beaten. Oh, these crushers again. That's gonna be bad. I'm bad at this. Almost as much as I'm bad at all the other things. 6 more to go. Seems like a lot. Maybe. I need to get my things together. Why? Why am I so bad? Yeah, we could stop the time, I guess. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for tuning in. Who did? What is the W? I actually have no idea. Next. 3. And we'll stop the time. No, this is the freaking candy. Okay, F. Run. No. Still I'm getting crashed. Woodsman weapon. That's the leaves, right? Yeah, that's probably the leaves. Can probably gain some pickups from this. Right? Leaf shield. Okay. So I'll probably give that a go at some point. But it will probably mean I die, so I should probably just try to get through this regularly. That was alive. I need some help. Okay. Yeah, circle of leaves. Okay. What's next? I have no memory of this place. More belts. So how many of the games does he have to beat? Megaman 2 and 3. But the third game is not happening today, I don't think. I'm going to be lucky if I manage to just beat this game on stream today. I probably couldn't even like comprehend the third one, since it's apparently the harder one. Why am I so bad? Where is this? Belts again, okay. These people are mean little goblins. We can shoot them off the wheel. You ask that to yourself every day. I'm sure you are just fine. Go. Do not let the goblins get you. Kill this. You don't have much health left. Jump. Why? Yeah. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Now these again. Some health would be nice, but I think the chance is good. Kill this. And now don't kill yourself. Freaking things. Go, go, go. Is this the game's on my side? Yeah, clearly. It cannot put up with me anymore. I have very little health. Many saw blades. There's a little airlock entry, okay. And that was a game over, so we'll need to run this again. But I think the boss is not actually that bad. Yeah, okay. The W logo is actually indication. I probably have to use the stop time again, just because I'm bad at dodging these. Is the F? Yes. Common first fight, okay. Even switching these is a problem for me. That should tell you how bad am I at these sorts of games. His weapon is handy for many things, okay. Baron had the same problem. Yeah. I think in this game we are fairly comparable with Baron. Let's just go. More freaking things. Die. Health? Good. Now just don't fall into the abyss and you will be good. More health. No! The bottomless pit again? How could I have known? At least it's here. In theory, it shouldn't be that bad. We cannot hit the wheel? Oh, we can. We just have to hit it multiple times. Good. That was a life. Shoot the eyes. Okay, now the jump into the bottomless pit again. Now these spring guys, they cannot be shot. Means that I'll need to just dodge them. Now the Saw Man again, or Metal Man. Can we use something against him? The F is gone. Maybe we try the W. Thanks for the follow. Try to use the leaves. Okay, yeah, shooting this, but also pretty bad at using it, so it looks like he's immune to it. Okay, that was a waste. If we start over here again, yeah, it's probably going to be viable. Shoot the Metal Man in the face. He's hitting me a lot as well. It's not good. Okay, managed to beat him, but that's boss 3 out of 8. I'm fine. Maybe. Yeah. It's just that sometimes he evades a lot of them. It's a natural. I don't think so. Stage select. Crash Man. Means we'll crash and burn, right? We probably do. Once you build up your economy, you can just keep streaming Megamans. No. Just no. Nothing else to say. And these drills will be the end of me. Probably use the stop time. Get it? Ah! Pressed an attack instead of jump. But the weapons just feel really bad because they have ammunition and the boss was ignoring my leaf attack. Like completely. That felt pretty useless. Ah. Yeah, probably. We should probably die, just because I won't be able to beat this with 1 life, I don't think. But let's give it a shot. We still got some practice in. More bad things. Jump. Okay. don't want to run past because I'll get drilled again. So we will just advance slowly, I guess. Just flying enemy just went straight there. Kill this. It all seems so surreal. Even the enemies, they look just bad. Was lucky. Shoot the bad people? No, definitely not. McCain, definitely not. If anything, this is going to affirm me in my judgment of platformers. The bad people. Where am I even? Yeah, the cloud was blocking my sight. Is this it? Are we gonna make it? Not the eggs. Yeah, at least there is health. What is this? No. Not these again. Had so much fun with these. Maybe we could somehow get a life. Not so sure. So bad. Take the life. Okay. No. Go. What is that? A swarm of angry bees. Not that thing again. Take this health. Shoot the eggs. Kill it. Is the stage going to end? Seems, yeah, this is the boss. But I have like one life, so I'm probably dead. So I'll have to do that again. Shoot the bad people. The tornadoes are blocking my stuff. Almost done! No! Oh, I have one more life. Okay, good. Totally expected. Yeah, one shot away. Kill him. Pull through. Okay. So the level was horrendous, but the bosses are actually face tanky, so you can deal with them quite easily. Avoiding the enemy projectiles and not jumping into them, you know. Yeah, but if I'm able to take the hit and then shoot through them, then I figured might as well kill him faster, right? Such a skilled platformer. Oh yeah, you haven't seen nothing yet. Get much worse. The other stages. Let me just allow myself a little break. I'll just take a quick smoke. It's really stressful for me. I don't know if you can tell, but it's really not enjoyable. But I think it is kind of fitting punishment for all the maps that I made Jake play, so... That is okay. There are worse games. It's basically a glitch. It lets you buffer a bunch of shots using the pause menu. Ah, okay. It's the most Slavic thing I've heard all day. What? Did I say something Slavic? Let's go into stage select. So there is Quickman, Crashman, Heatman, and Bubbleman. I don't even remember most of these levels. I think Bubbleman is the frog guy, right? The frogs were terrible but beatable. So we should probably go for that. Let me check my Discord really quickly. It has been 1 hour and 49 minutes. We are counting this time as well, by the way. This is just me taking a break. I will not stop the counting. There's still a chance I can be horrible, you know. Let's take a look at next suggestion at the Wheel of Misfortune. So he has sent me a file, so we need to click on the link. What is this? I have no idea what Bosche is. It's going to be horrible, no doubt. Take all the time you need, yeah. Check if there are any new people. No, I don't have to assign any roles. Okay. We can probably proceed, right? This is itself a punishment, potentially followed up by just a punishment. Yeah, if I don't beat the game in 5 hours, then I have to spin the Wheel of Misfortune as well. And we also don't have a long play currently, so I thought we could do a vote at some point today. Maybe after this is maybe done. I have no idea how hard the final boss will be. It will probably require me to use the gadgets, which is horrible because I'm bad with them. Let's go. This is the frogs. Can we kill it before it spits out the frogs? No, of course not. It is slow. I can see why. These disappearing blocks are just horrible. What are these? The frogs remind me of Baron and his heritage. Why are you so mean, Jake? Baron has not chosen to be French. Or Quebecois. Meet background, yeah. Let's take the small life. If anything, I think it's actually beneficial to know more languages, so it's actually good. I don't know many French speakers. And if you know, aristocracy was actually speaking French for a long time, even British aristocracy. So Baron is a nobleman, right? Can we kill this fish, or do we have to just kill the shrimp until it goes away? Probably that, right? There's a life? Let's take it. Nick's just jealous. Yeah. But if the cost is to be Canadian, is it worth it? I don't know. I don't think Canada is a bad country to be part of. Do I have to do something and I'm just dumb? Probably, right? Can we just go past? Jack Swedish, excellent Shirley, after he played the learning game. I cannot touch the mines or I will die. This is like Hunt for the Red October. Why is this a thing? Let's kill the things. Glowing point on the enemy? Yeah, probably, right? It's probably doing damage. You are smart, you know that. If it was Dead Space that I was playing, I would surely notice it, but in this game it feels so counterintuitive. And then I get stabbed in the head and it's over. Let's go through the frogs again. It was so much fun. We need to curb the frog population. Metal Man weapon has diagonal fire, so it's probably help with that. Can you kill the mines? I'm not sure. Should probably try that, right? You never know. Kill the things. Okay, we got some health. I don't think we can kill the mines. They don't look like they are an enemy necessarily. Now these. Need to be real conscious about my jumping. These respawning enemies on top of a death looming at every corner. Are just a cherry on top. Go. Don't die. Not this. What is this? I'm supposed to fall into that? Okay. Why? Why am I so bad? Rude hitbox. Yeah, probably. But I should attribute that to my stupidity rather than game. It's not fair to shit on the game if I'm terrible at it. Even though I really do think that this game is horrible, but for whole sets of reasons that are possibly unrelated to the game itself. Not rather to me. Very subjective. So as you guys pointed out, there are actually people who love this game, or this was their first platformer ever played. So it's just about me being a scrap, and that's fine. Can we kill the aliens? Hitting from the aliens is fine, as long as I don't stumble into the mines again. Careful. We should take this health. Even though now there will be this part again. Go. Just go. Hit the thing. Okay. Is this gonna be it? Almost died there, yeah. Almost. What is this level? Frogs hate my life. You need to suicide so we can have full amount of lives. Average platformer took me a few hours. There's nothing on Arctaser. It's pretty easy. It's fine, I'm not a platformer at all, so I don't care. People are better, it's expected, right? This is not like something that I play voluntarily. I don't like playing games that I'm not good at. This is like a first time for me, so it's a very different experience. Great progress. Not sure about that. If progress is just slamming your head into a wall repeatedly, just grind away at the wall in question. If that is your definition of progress, then we are truly on our way to victory. Yeah. Unlike a lot of games for the era, I guess. I'm sure potentially I could get fairly good at this sort of thing, but it would require a lot of effort and energy and time. And just why? Even the graphics of the game just seem really strange. Now the aliens and the mines again. The timer is the stream timer. Minus 5 minutes. Because that was the initial boot up. I do have a timer source, but I didn't set it up before the stream, so I didn't want to fiddle around with it. So now it's just slightly below 2 hours. It's 2 hours and 1 minute and 30 seconds right now. No, don't die. Don't die, you Muppet! Deal with the aliens. Go through the minefield. Yeah, basically. The idea. No! The water is misleading. You jump higher. Now this is my last life, most likely. Unless I can get some lucky drops from these buggers, but it's probably not happening, right? Since we didn't see a life from them. Go, go, go. Like, God, what would I give if I could, like, just, like, play StarCraft, play anything right now? No! Why am I so bad at life? I'll have to go through the frogs again. Ah! I want to try a different level. I think. Let's just suicide and give this one more shot with a clean slate. Let's go. This time it's going to be totally different. Need to be really conscious about the jumping, especially when we are near the horrible things and these freaking blocks. Now the sea creatures. Is there going to be the anglerfish? Yeah. Jump, shoot, repeat. Are they going to come up? No. Okay. Now the minefields and the aliens. Life. I mean, the music is not great. It's like 8-bit music, right? So it's not particularly heinous, but at the same time it's just very repetitive. It just adds to the suffering. If they hit me and I'm here, I probably die because the Megaman will jump, right? Alive? Okay, take that. Kill that. Come on. Now, just don't die. It's simple. This is the furthest we got. All the frogs. Suffer not the pepper. Crabs. Was a trap. Should have known better. No. No, not the way, all the way over here. This is so cruel. At least we do have one more life, so we are basically on vanilla amount. Now we are -1. Starting to see why Baron hates this level so much. Go. Do not mind the aliens. It's actually just because of the waterfalls. Must be kidding. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for 1 second. I think it's because of the mines. This frog again. Kill that. Now don't die because of this. And yes, the waterfalls do truly look awful, but nowhere near as bad as the gameplay is. Can he jump while we are... yeah. Another one. There will be another one for sure. It's waiting to ruin my run. Okay, this is the boss, right? Can we face tank him? Probably. There are mines. Shoot the face. He is up. Okay. This life is probably not gonna do it. Unless I can pull this off somehow. But I would need to hit him multiple times. I have weapons, yes, but the blaster seems really good. And I cannot be bothered to switch things. I hate the gadgets, I hate it. Go up. Face tank him. Oh yeah, the stun gun would help massively. And welcome. Oh, I wish I could play Wolfenstein again instead of this. Basically anything. Anything that I streamed ever. Okay, so which one of these is the easiest? Probably the lava one, right? Yeah, the forest level was great. I would gladly play the forest level for 5 hours. Seems like my forte, yeah. Oh yeah, this level. This level is horrible for me. Is this where the blocks are? The blocks that disappear again. There will be like a part that has that, right? Let's just go. These bad people need to be dealt with. Need to let him pass. And then jump. But he's fast. Yeah, let's just go to him and... No. Why am I so bad? Life is getting low. Maybe. How am I supposed to jump through that? What is this? How? Okay. Next. No! No! My thing. Okay. What is that? Just took the time, right? Can I refill my health somehow? Probably just farm these guys, right? If I can. This one is so cruel because he is not going down. Okay, now he is. Just farm them for some health, I guess. Maybe that will work, yeah. Got a drop. Let's take it. Take it. How? How are you supposed to do this? Shoot the bad people. Could we use the freaking candy again? Oh, hey, no! Oh. Where is this? Okay. They are just constantly killing me. Okay, that was fascinating. Do we have one more health? Life? Probably means that I cannot deal with the final boss, right? Probably the leaves. If I was to guess. Accidentally discovered a zip. That is where you shift out of existence and then die to the bottomless pit. I like that feature. Let's die to have full lives again, because I'll need them, otherwise this will end up in a disaster. This level is a massive pain. I have no idea what the final boss will be like, but it's probably not gonna be good for my well-being. Let's go across this chasm again. You are on the final level. I will not like it. I can believe that. I bet it's horrendous. Even more horrendous than this. We'll have to use the freaking thing again, right? Or we could just use what we learned, which could be worse than actually trying to do what the game wants. Jump? Can you jump? Yes. Do it. No, it was not fast enough. No! Use the thing. Switch the weapon. Just switch to P again. Do that. I need some health, so hopefully they will drop some soon. Okay, there we go. Probably need one more drop of health. And we should probably use the leaves, just because they have larger surface area, right? Take the health, but it's a small one. It's a large one, okay. Switch to the leaves. So the leaves were this. Yes. Come on, we do it. Seems to be done very specifically. Again, I need to just be on top of it as quickly as it appears. It's pretty hard. Okay. Let's go. Not again. No. No. I have to do this again. Switch to freaking leaves. Now we need to be on top of this again. Go. Don't get stuck again. No. That is such a bad place to be in. This is probably my last life. W is getting depleted. Not great. And I fall into the bottomless pit. Try a different stage. I just cannot do this. It was a Heatman, right? So go here. Go. This is the stage which has the robots, right? I think so, yeah, and the lasers. It's gonna be great. Just let me do this. Okay. What is over here? This is the... oh, these guys. Oh, that's not gonna be good. Can we see something, please? More lines, right? Looks like it. Come on! No! Was not meant to be. Am I dead? No, not just that. I need to kill the cup guys again. Yeah, with the time stop probably, right? I just don't want to use the ability. The abilities are just a massive pain. We should take them. Which one was it? I don't even know. Was it the F? Probably. But it's dead? Yeah. Infantry spams and rushes his targets head on. Well, Not really, but I like to play macro usually, so yeah, it's just F2 to select all military units and then send them towards the target. Using abilities is bad. We could probably pick this. Anything that takes focus from my economy is bad. Probably. Should we do it? What is the tool? Again. 3? Okay, take it. Switch to F. And actually, compared to some other people who control their units very poorly, I actually am quite competent at managing my military, especially in Caesar. Whereas there are people who just get slaughtered all the time because they fight spread out a lot, which is very bad. Needs to stack your units, especially if you are using javelins. Health. And was that the final cupcake man? Probably, right? So that was W for no. F. Yeah. Okay. More bad things. Like this. Not there. More lines. Yeah, just go. Fuck! Pretty bad. Cupcake people are mean. Can we just shoot him? Almost, but not close enough. And now I don't have the ability, right? It's depleted. Pure bullshit. Yeah, it works like that. I have no idea, so... If you only get ammo for the current weapon, probably makes sense. What was the freaking thing? Ah, I see. Let's take the blaster. Go. Actually made a mistake. Should should have equipped the freaking time stop right away. There is one more stage that I can take before this one, but I will have to come to this one eventually. Why is this a thing? I don't understand it. So bad. Go. Health. Good. Now next bullshit area, right? So we'll need to take the time stop, which is F. Like this. Go. No. Just cannot do it. I'll run out before I reach the end there. I just need to die so I can try a different stage. I will not have the ammo anyway. Just get on with it. Well, it would not refill me fully anyway. And even with full amount of ammunition, I can't get through all the freaking beams. So who cares? I certainly don't. Crash man. Oh no, this is the ladders. It's gonna be massive pain. They will constantly respawn. Okay, let's go. Go. No. Ah. Go, go, go. Now the helmet guys again? Yeah. There will be birds and the platforms. We could probably farm them for health if you wanted to, right? I don't get totally destroyed again. Yeah. But it uses ammunition, so I will run out and then I will be screwed, right? Because I will miss a lot, for sure. Very ammo efficient, okay. should we take the health? Small one. I'll take the platform again. Ah! Get away. Yeah, but I need to switch the gadgets to refill the current one that I need, and that is so bad, I don't like it. I don't want to do it, because that means I have to use my keyboard. Just come on. This time no falling. I cannot jump while I'm on it. Ah! Thanks. Why? Well, that is not going to go well for me. Probably. So no to the bad people. No, 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 no. Oh no, not this again. I remember this. No, it's not gonna be good, Jake. It's not gonna be good at all. Gonna be the opposite of good. Yeah, there is a second game to go through, but not today probably. If we are going to beat this, it probably will take a significant portion of the time I have. Ah! Incredible. People are just monsters. Wouldn't want my worst enemy playing this. At least if I redeem like dictators, I usually make people play nice things that they don't know and are actually good games. It's just pure torture. Welcome to the Jake's Sphere. Yeah, I was just happy being on the fringe and not having to accept existence of this, but apparently it has found me, so you will have to deal with this, and then never again. Oh, of course. I'm going to die soon. The tunes are part of the reason why I'm losing my sanity. I don't like 8-bit music. And it's driving me nuts. And it's very repetitive, which means that it's just contributing to the suffering. But if you are enjoying it, then good, I guess. What is this? Where am I? Here, okay. Well, for some people maybe, but if I don't like 8-bit music, I don't like it. It's just that simple. Is there something I could use to kill this thing? No. Yeah, sorry. I have to move it out of the way. Bubbles? Bubbles don't work. What is this? This is probably not going to work either. What is the second tool? No problem. What is that? Ah! So bad. But I probably will get hit anyway, which means that I will fall down. Ah! Let's go. There will be birds now, right? So we'll just take this. Yeah, birds. Go, go, go. Probably as expected. I definitely didn't expect to be good at it, but some things are even worse than I could have ever imagined. But at the same time, it's like doable, just not doable by me, so quite the mixed bag. Just let me live and be rid of this game. Should we farm some drops? Yes, right? Can we get some health? No. This is just bullshit. I don't get any health. Now we'll die. Yes. I just don't want to do this again. What am I supposed to do? But the tools are horrible, even the menu is horrible. I don't even remember these things. What are they actually supposed to represent? And it's just a massive pain. I have to refill the ammunition by switching to that kind of weapon. I hate. And then every single thing that I need to press and is extra is just surplus to requirements. I don't want to press any buttons, I just want to die. What did I want to use? Is it this? Yeah. Like, what is this? NES controller has a total of 8 buttons. Counting the directions. I guess it might be a little bit simpler on that, but we are here with a keyboard, so that's not going to change. I'm not getting a controller ever. That would mean that I'll be interested in these sorts of games. Not happening. Go the bad people. No. We don't have any more ammo. Come on. What is this? Hey, I went all the way here just to get like a box. Go. Okay. Just why? Full life restore. Yeah, I might have to use it because I lost all my health getting to it. We are not getting to a boss. Spoiler alert. Unless it's very close. We are not getting there. Do something else, anything else. Is this, yeah, this is the level with the disappearing bullshit, right? It's going to be great. Go. Let's not talk about this anymore. We are in a different place, a nice place, where we don't have to press multiple buttons to access our inventory and choose a freaking gadget that I don't want to use. Let's just die again. I need the full lives. Otherwise I'm not going to be able to go anywhere else. Age of Empires 2, but for PlayStation 2. 75 population cap. Still, I would rather play that than this. Any day of the week. These last 3 levels will be the end of me. Cannot do it. Cannot do it. Need to die again. We have lost a life. Man truly starts to regret his life choices when faced with this. Go. Of course we fall into the abyss, as is customary. Forgot how to gun. Not great. It's real? What? Age of Empires 2 for PlayStation? Yeah, it has been released on PlayStation 2, but it is only limited to 75 population. It's pretty bad. We'll give Crashman a go, but first I need to take a smoke. The stress levels are increasing. To my knowledge, Baron has beaten the game in 7 hours. It was your first time playing Age of Empires 2? Yeah, I played it for the first time at the computer, but I also only played the demo version, which meant that I was restricted to 75 population anyway. But I guess the jank controls of the PlayStation controller are actually a very good part of why you probably did not like it. Yeah, actually not many strategy games are released on console because of how jank the controls are there. Yeah, not nowadays. Previously. In the past, yeah, Warzone 2100, right? Warzone 2100. Many of the other games as well. I think the Desert Storm 2, or however it's called, the Desert military game. Check my Discord. We have a newcomer, so let me assign the role. StarCraft 64 is a thing that exists. Does it mean that StarCraft got released on console as well? I hope not, it must be terrible, but I guess it's possible. My life has darkened terribly with this remembrance. I can understand that. I actually have one challenge that I'm looking forward to, and it says beating Wings of Liberty as fast as possible. With single analog, yeah. Probably a lot worse. But I think you actually play platformers, Fish Lips, right? So this must be like pleasurable to watch. But this is the ladder stage again. Well, there are no other things, there is just pain. There is no other way around it, you just have to accept it. Can we go to the side? Yes. Kill him. The upper guy is what's getting me all the time. Okay. Don't get along. I actually didn't see you on Marathon. I wasn't watching much because I don't like platformers, so... I know it was like a big event for Jake Sphere, but I'm really not into it, so I wasn't watching. I just watched Baron play something, a space western game, I don't know how it's called. Despite the foes that follow. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Maybe use a different weapon? What is this? Maybe this, right? Just go. Mouse cursor is back. Sorry for that. What do we want here? Probably the same weapon I have. No, let's pick this. No! What are you doing? Well, the mouse cursor should be there because it's a reminder of better things that could have been played instead of this. Just like anything else, basically. With a few exceptions. A show of confidence. It's not a show of confidence. Ah, it's a show of desperation. None of this would have happened if you had beaten Silicus yourself. I don't think so. I think you would have suggested it anyway, and I would agree to it anyway because I'm dumb. Ah! It does come from a keyboard, but you can usually add a lot with the cursor. And it's such a precise tool, the mouse, that for RTS games especially, it's very, very useful. No. Take the second ladder up. Switch to something that is kinda useful, like this. Not the birds again. Go. Go. No. No. Why? I'll die again. Go. We could get the E-tank, I guess. Let's do it. Now we will suffer. What is this? It's the bubbles. The bubbles are horrible, I think. The leaves might be useful. Can we just fall down? Might be just a little bit easier. No. I know to the bird people. Go down. We need to platform to climb up there. Yeah, probably right, but I'm very stupid, so I was not using that. Say no to the birds and you will be fine. But right now I'm climbing the wrong way, right? I think so. Go. Oh, I have to switch to something else. What is this? Just go. This is the boss? I think it is. I don't want to die. Maybe we should use bubbles. Just try that. What is he going to be like? He'll be an ass. The bubbles don't seem to work very well. Let's just switch again. Okay. That didn't go very well. I don't want to die. I don't want to go to the start again. This boss is kinda tough. At least for me. Why is he so mean? Yeah, and he, yeah, instantly in my face. Always go into the freaking explosions as well. I cannot hit him at all. Like, I get one shot off on him and then he just jumps around. Game is over. Need to gather my thoughts. I guess we could try Hitman again. You need to kite? Yeah, if the game was over, I would be so happy. But no, you cannot have that. There is only pain. And regrets. Let's go here. This thing again. Need to get hit. What is this? We need to use the candy. Which is 3. Now we need to switch again. Let me do it. Could probably get some health out of these. The next part is probably just me dying constantly to falling again. Release. No. Next up is this horrible part. Didn't go very well. Switch to the leaves. Too soon or too late. It's always something. No. Still no. Go. No. Abyss calls. This part will be even worse. Okay. Oh, more of these. Didn't manage to get it. Come on. Okay. Go. Can we use this? Yeah, this was not going to happen. Ah! And of course, it throws me all the way over here. It's amusing. Well, maybe to you, but certainly not amusing to me. There were dreams, but they are dead now. Now I know. There cannot be any peace. I will create the saltiest map there ever was and there ever will be. True milestone for humanity to reach the limits of salt achievable in Season 3 game. I need to channel the salt. Use the thing. No, that's not it. Why did I suddenly die? Ah, I ran out of juice. Good. So we could probably farm these for it. But I need to switch my freaking thing. We will import it, yeah. Ah, picked that up. This is pointless. I'm not going to be able to beat this. So. It's all just... a journey. Yeah, all farmland available will be near the invasion points and there will be no fishing. Yeah, or... yeah, I think there are still plenty of things untouched in that regard. How could you make a map even worse than Celicus was? Does that map no wheat? I already did that. Celicus has that. I usually do that actually, but does it maps? What do we use for these bad people? What is this? Okay. Yeah, no mission posts. Jump? No. Just cannot have nice things. Let me do it. Ah! Again. This guy's going to kill me. Come on. Okay. Okay. Let's go through. Next up we need the thing. Go. Okay. What is next? A robot. Okay, so we'll probably want to skip him. Just going to go up. That's not good. Shoot him. And this guy's going to kick my ass. Ammunition. Do we want that for something? Probably this. What is the record for speedrunning this? I cannot even guess. And yes, this is the correct term to use when referring to this game. He's going to roast me. Was my last life. 30 minutes. Okay, I'm dead. No, I'm not. Leaderboard say 26 minutes and 34 seconds. Sounds good. Need to use the freaking thing. How is it called? 3. Sounds like we've got this. It's the only good thing about if I'm ever going to beat this game is that I will never have to play it again. Life might be useful if you ever manage to get far enough. I need to farm some life. Yeah, it's like this. Stockholm Syndrome hasn't kicked in yet. Yeah, I can, but after I'm done with this, not sooner. Need to choose a weapon. Should probably choose the leaves. Ah, the abyss! So bad. Why? Not the abyss again. That's not an option. Either I fail today or I win today. That's the only two options. And if I fail today, then it's not over because I have to play it again. I have to beat the game and then I have to beat Megaman 3 as well. Those are the only two options that are. There is nothing else. Not the abyss. I'll just go and die. It is a death spiral. All of these are horrible. What is this? Yeah, this, okay. So that will mean the beams of death. Can probably get past the first ones without dying. Oh, this area again, okay. Cupcake people. Somehow, that was fortunate. Now I messed up. I'll need to use my freaking gadgets. Ah, where is it? I will die. How do I even go out of this menu now? Have I messed up? No, I just need to pick something and then die. Cupcake people again, right? Yes. How is it called? F? Go, go, go. How do I switch out of this if I ever want to? Probably cannot, right? Only if I... no. This just runs out and then I die. That's how it's going to go. Go! No, I die here. This part is the impossible part for me. I need to get through the first area without dying. Without using the thing. And I need it full, which I don't have it now, because I wasted it. Life is meaningless. You need to know where the attacks come from. Well, you don't need to know that on Season 3 maps. You just deal with it as it comes from the certain point. I can, but the timer runs out before I am able to go through the last area, so I need to use it only after I go through somewhere. So I need to grind these for ammo until I have it full, and then I can attempt it again. But I might have like 1 life left anyway, so the boss will probably kick my ass anyway. Ammo. F. Skip. No. Ammo. One more. A small part of ammo, that might be enough, right? Probably not. No. Do not speak of Caesar carrying. We cannot have nice things. We can only have suffering. This should refill it, probably. Not quite. Graphics. It's this part actually has like black screen. Let's use the crutch of F. No! I need to get through that first part without using the F. Was that it? Yeah. Too soon. I cannot turn it off now. There is no ammo. So I just don't know. So we just die and that's it. I cannot do this, Jake. I cannot do this. I will not be able to beat this. So I'll have to think and think hard for another punishment or something else that I'll have to do, because I cannot do this. Well, big ramp up. I don't need the ramp. I'm already fucked here, so probably not gonna get better. I'll just die. I need the lives. No, get good. It's not on the menu, Jake. It's not gonna happen. I'm not going to sacrifice my life for this. I would have to play this like a whole lot. It's just, I can see the writing on the wall. I'm not going to be able to do this. Well, no, Jake needs to think of something else. If I'm not able to beat the game, then we are surely not able to reach Megaman 3. Because it's even harder than this. So you'll have to think of something else. Why am I so bad? I'm switching my attack for jumping again. Yeah, that is gonna be the thing, right? He did beat it in 7 hours. So my challenge is to beat it in 5, which we are not going to be able to do. It's already late. So I'll just die a lot. Die again, I need the lives. Yeah, it's not our stage has not progressed for like over an hour and 30 minutes, just constantly dying on these levels. So it's not gonna change, it's not gonna get better, I just cannot do it. We are 5 bosses out of 8. Just why? Is this a thing? No. It's not just about that, I'm sloppy. I cannot play platformers, I'm sloppy. Cannot control my things properly, especially once I play for a while. Even in strategy games, if you watch some of my VODs from Age of Empires community games, I usually get stuff wrong all the time, but I manage to fix it, but just by sheer brute force. But here, a single mistake means death. Too casual for platformers, yeah, probably. Let's just die, I need the lives. Still have a chance. I don't think so. I think that ship has sailed a long time ago. Or more like, it was never an option. Let me put it that way. Farm these for health, right? No. I cannot do it. How would I be able to mentally reset? I need to die for their lives. I'm just not used to these kinds of games. It's just so different. I don't like it. I hate it. Jake needs to come up with something. I'm sure it's going to be horrible, but everything is better than this. And I will have to spin the wheel as well. That's the main motivation. Just how are you supposed to do this? Mario Races always finds substitute. What even is this? What is... I'm not familiar with platformers, Jake. You have to describe it to me like a child. Like to a child. Is it worse? Is it better than this? Is it somewhere in the middle? They... Probably better, probably. Infinitely better, much fun. Fun is not on the menu, but if it is a little easier, I might be able to... I might be able to pull it off before I bury it forever and then probably set the property on fire. Cannot do this. No, Young, we are not done. We are missing 3 bosses and I haven't moved from this spot for 3 hours. Come on, let's play the best Megaman of our lives. Just believe. Almost horrible. The only Megaman of my life, yeah. Not F, 3? Yeah, probably. Use it. You believe in me, well, you are making a big mistake. So I should know how much of a chance we have, and we were already in this place once, or several times, and I always fuck it up. So probably what's gonna happen. There will still be the lasers, right? I even... Yeah, you normally believe in Jake, but I was under the impression that you were actually a loose lobbyist for a long time, and from some point onward, it seems like you switched to hardcore believer, which seems a little strange. What was the compulsion? I would... slander. I don't think so. Definitely sus, yeah. Super best friend. Hey Marvin. Lost its teeth, yeah, that makes sense. He was the general, right? He was the man. Yeah, but I'm not willing to go to any length to master this game. That's the problem. I will not spend my own time to grind this. Let's just jump into the abyss and... try again. I need a different weapon for these. Let me do it. No. I don't have ammo anymore, so let's use this instead, I guess. No, it doesn't work against them. Great. I will fall into the abyss. Yeah. This was not by choice. And it would never be by choice. Yeah, it's just over. Like I said, the run is dead. It's never an option. It's a deceit. This game is very mean. I have one more life, I guess. So next time we will probably try the other stages, but the ladder stage I cannot even begin to think how I would play it again. Let's just go into the abyss. Okay, I'll need another short break. Gather myself. Let's check the stages. So we had Hitman, which we already ran, Crashman and Quickman. Glutton for punishment. Yeah. Level 43, mage with no shield fighting Manus. 42 deaths. I'm not familiar with Dark Souls much, so Unfortunately, that tells me nothing. I guess mage is not super great at taking damage, right? We still have hour and a half in this. We should give it our best. But at the same time, I really don't think I can beat any of these stages. I played all of them for like 5 or 6 times at least. I got shreked every time. So if that's any indication, we're probably not going to improve. Yeah, but I cannot do it. I would have to save up the F to use it a little bit later, but I cannot dodge the first lasers. Because even the first lasers will just instantly kill me. Very, very quickly. And since I'm clumsy, I cannot do it quickly. Go down the platform. But it's the only way, so we will try it. Guess we will use the thing. Is it 3? Yeah. Like something else. Cupcake people. Help. Oh, it's problem is I'm getting exhausted, so I wasn't playing very good initially, and now it's just getting worse and worse. Go. No. I'll need to grind for the ammunition again. Could as well go here. Switch. Okay, now we have everything. Good. Go. Activate. Ammo, take it. Go. Life is pointless. Go. Go. More bad people. Well, now I will die and have to do it again, so don't get your hopes up, Baron. Ah, more bad people. Go. Just go. So what we will take? I don't think the weapons are very good. I'll just try the blaster. How's this gonna go? Didn't I reach this guy once before? And wasn't able to beat him? He just jumps and yeah, he is terrible. I stung him. He will die eventually. No. Ugh. His weakness is the time stop, but I wasted the time stop to be able to reach the boss. Kill him! Ugh. Do it! No! Well, I cannot dodge him, I just take damage then. It's going to be even worse. Come on. Kill the bad people. You can do it. Oh, just one of the bosses taken care of, but the other stages will be pure grief. Ooh, I love coming here. Business is going very well. I wish the workers were more careful when loading my beasts up with my new purchases. How do we deal with these? I have to lure them over here, I guess. Jump here, right? Kill them again. Go here. Go. No. Platformers are so evil. Let's face tank it. I don't know, Yang, but I think you can answer that sort of question yourself. I think I had it coming, right? So it's not like it's totally out of nowhere, just really bad. It's like the health. Yeah, it's fair. So, what do I use again? W or A? A is the wind, right? Yeah. Yeah, I knew what I was in for. It's just that playing this is entirely different than just having it like in the near future. Take the P again. Oh, the ladder section. This is gonna hurt. What is the blade? Is it this? No, it is bubbles. W is the leaves, so I guess this is it. No, this is boomerangs. I don't see the weapon that you talk about. M? There is no M. Ah, is this. Go. Go, 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 go. Now there will be these, yeah, so I need to switch into P again. And not get smashed. This is the boss, but he is going to kick my ass, I think. Will be special kind of monster, yeah. Let's do it. I just cannot hit him. This boss you cannot face tank, I don't think. Game over. Well, usually it just goes ping, ping, and you do no damage, but perhaps this boss is different. Go. Each boss has at least one weakness, yeah, I just have to go through the horrible equipment, right? Air shooter or metal blade. Okay. I'll take the health. Can we get some ammo? No. Yes. More ammo. A life. This guy's going to hit me, yeah. Let's just switch to B again. Metal blighter, let's try that. But first we need to deal with this guy and then the horrible birds. we need to use the horrible equipment. Oh, I need to pick a weapon. No. Let me do it. Can I just jump off? I need to jump off. Climb the second ladder instead. Ah, freaking bird. Tornado is his official weakness. I would have to gather ammunition for it though. It's probably not going to happen. So can we shoot the blades this way? Yes, we can. I'm probably going to die anyway, since I have low health. Let's just let him kill me and try it again. Yeah. Leaves? No, the leaves are horrible. What's the bubbles? It's just so messy, it's just so quick. I'm not able to deal any damage to him while he constantly just shreks me. It's bad. The bubbles did do some damage, but not much. What else do we have? What even is this? Boomerangs? I guess we could try this. Is it doing something to him? It is, but probably not enough. Since I'm getting constantly hit by these explosions, which are just horrible, and then he stomps me. Yeah, but he's just constantly hitting me, I cannot evade him, that's the main issue. He instantly hits me. I don't think so, maybe a little bit. No. Well, the bosses might have a weakness, but if I keep getting hit like this, I cannot exploit the weakness. Not to mention that I didn't have the proper weapon supplied with ammunition, because I had to use it to get to the freaking birds. I don't want to do this again! Fuck! This is pointless, I need some other weapon. Leaves? No, amp, right. Let's try to use the metal blades. Yeah, which is in a great pain, yeah. People enjoy it. Life. No. So sloppy. I know the boss will kick my ass again, I think. Once we reach him. Not going to be much better. Can we shoot, please? No. Hands are all cramped because I did this for 4 hours. Why do I press jumps instead of shoots? Why? I'm gonna have nightmares about this game. Oh, break will not solve anything. I'm almost at 5-hour mark, which means freedom, at least for a while. Rude chap indeed. We'll have to start thinking about what to do instead. I don't think I want to play another platformer, Jake. Think of something else. Platformers are just so bad. What do I need here? The platform, right? Is it 2? Might not fit in the 5 hours. What is the game? No, I need something else. I need the metal blades again. Object torture. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monster Coliseum. What is that? It sounds horrible, I have no idea. But if it's a platformer, then no. I need to get through these. Jump. Maybe we can even grind these for some extra health. Yeah. Now don't get killed. It's actually a real great strategy games. No cards, not platforms. Sounds enticing. Can you send it to challenges with stipulated goals of the challenge run? I need to take a look at it after the stream. So we want to use the air, right? And not get absolutely smashed. Yeah, the air is killing him. How is this now so easy? I was just kicking. I don't have words anymore. Not the password. No, 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 no. Go back. How do we go back? Messed up again. What did I do? What did I press? Oh no. I hope it saved. So open up again. Right? No, it's on pause. Okay. Stage select. Hitman. Hitman is going to suck. So what is Hitman's weakness? I think we talked about it. Bubbles? Yeah, probably the bubbles, right? Problem is getting through the stage first, which might be horrible. Yes. Only to die again, just so that we can get full lives. I need everything. 7 hours is fine if I'm prepared for it in advance. Then it does not matter. Five hours is just ad hoc, so I can fit it in the schedule easily. Ah, fingers cramping. Come on, do it. Now this. You'll need the candy. Ah, don't get hit. Ah, I cannot even jump. Okay. It's gonna kill me. What did I want? 3? We'll need to farm the tentacles, I think. Right? No, there will be the regular flying things. This is ammunition. More ammo. Need some health. More health. And one more. Next stage will be, yeah, quite grueling. What weapon do we want to use? Probably the air, right? I cannot do this just yet. This is bad. Come on. I cannot die now. What do I need? I need flowers? What even were the flowers? Maybe this? They will still constantly spawn there and then I will die because of reasons. I might need the metal blade instead. Because if I jump, I will get hit and then I will die because I fall into the abyss. Well, yeah, but I cannot switch now. I would have to shoot it. Yeah. Where is the metal? Over here. Ah! Go. Come on, let me do it. No. Ah! No. Hey there, hair, welcome. I don't think so, Nick. Crash bomb? What is crash bomb? I guess it's one of the gadgets, right? Maybe it's the one we got recently from... I'm so bad, I just don't have it in me anymore, I just want this to end. This is basically the only thing I want. There is a lot more. Well then, it's not going to happen, as I said, like 2 hours before this. Just need to survive another 50 odd minutes. Well, I'm glad that I will never have to do that again then. Let's just die repeatedly again, I need new lives, if I have any chance. Let me take a little break, I'll need to go to the washroom for like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I need to take a smoke as well, otherwise this is never going to end, and I need to rest my pained wrists and fingers, because I'm getting a serious cramp going right now. So sorry for that interruption, but I just need a little time. Just tell him to use the Metal Gear. Yeah, it's clearly very good. You can use many different directions with it, even the diagonals. It's kinda handy. I don't think we believe in myself anymore, because there is still plenty of game after the bosses, and this is the final one, but there is the whole main boss and then probably some. Hey Mordkal, welcome. Yeah, smoking is bad, I know it. Everybody knows that. Oh, it's a habit. Need to break the addiction somehow, but I always like go 2 weeks without smoking and then go back to work, and then there is a lot of stress or something, and then you end up with a cigarette anyway, because a lot of guys smoke. Do it the Rim World way, sew off your legs. I guess that could work. At least we would watch the Megaman crawl his way across the level for once. I guess one of the ways to do this might be to get to a highest point in the initial pillar section, and then use the platform, but then I would not have it ready for the final stage, where there is the big lava section. E-cigarettes to quit, yeah, a lot of people smoke that here as well. I even had one, but currently I don't have it, so... Crash bombs will get you past the pillars. I'll need to look into those. So that would be... C? How do they work? Oh, they fly straight. Okay. So you shoot the ones that are supposedly like disappearing, but they are really not. So you can go through, right? It's just that I'll need to switch a lot, because I need a regular weapon as well. It's gonna be a lot of going into the inventory and back. Megaman for me, yeah. Blow through them with that. Okay. The trouble is getting to that point as well, because last time I had trouble even getting past the lava section. The initial one. First we need to pick the metal. And then immediately die to our sloppiness. Oh, it was the last life anyway, good. So let's just start over. Look at all these people. Yeah, Interpret Marmot, welcome. Today is the Megaman day, which I have to do as a punishment. I'm not having a good time, as this is certainly not something I would pick myself. Shoot this thing. Life. Okay. It's like coming out of a horrible car crash, cannot look away, yeah. Basically. Ah! So bad. I'd much rather use the regular blaster. And it's not even the game itself, it's just that I am really terrible at platformers apparently, and I hate platformers, so playing this for some people is a blessing, for me it's a terrible curse. We are at this for over 4 hours now. Just 45 minutes left. And I won't be able to beat the game, which means that I will have to spin the Wheel of Misfortune on top of that. And Jake will pick a game instead of this one that I will have to do. And it's probably going to be something even worse, because there are worse things in the universe. In the darkness of the 41st millennia, there are only platformers. Yeah, Megaman, that one. Probably on the menu. Why am I so bad? Yeah, thankfully I'm not in your shoes right now. We need to die so we get full lives again. Hollow Knight. I saw Fishy play that. Not sure how that goes difficulty-wise. Hey Berm, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. It is a small like window of grace that will be present while playing this horrible thing. If you like strategy games, then you should check out the stream at some point. We'll be playing plenty of those once we don't have to do this. It's a long game, but good. Yeah, I saw Fisher play it. It looked interesting, but it's a platformer, right? So I probably would not enjoy it much. It's beautiful, yeah, at least there is that. I played Ori and the Blind Forest for a little bit yesterday, because I wanted to just get a feel for platformers in general. And the game looked really nice. However, it was also hard for me. I was not able to get very far. Let's use the thing. Is it 3? Combat is pretty good. Okay. It's combat mixed together with platforming, right? So probably a massive pain. Gain a change of perspective. Yeah. I'm sure there are worse things out there. It's just that I'm an innocent soul. I only know RTSs mostly. More action games, RPGs. This is certainly not something I encountered in my entire life, so just saying this makes me think how and why. Rain World, if you want to pay. I don't want it, but it's what cleanses the soul after failing something. What now? Kill these. Jump. Use the thing. Ah! We can block. Have you ever wanted to be low on the food chain? Well, not really, but I guess that game offers plenty of that. But I'm quite... I think this is fine. I don't need any more pain. Just for me, this is horrible. Like, for some people, I'm sure this is fun, this is good, but for me, it isn't at all. Just cannot get over how horrible this is. Okay, we punched through there, so now we can just try and jump if the block disappears. Do it! Now we need the crash bomb again. And we will need to use a different sort of weapon. Great panic caused by moments of beauty. Use the crash bomb again. Ah, that was bad. Oh, good. Metal. Can you do it? I probably need to wait for this block and then go here. Yeah. What's next? Probably the lava chasm, right? So you'll need to pick 2. Yeah, this is the lava chasm. Go. What's next? Probably the boss monster, or are we still having to beat some other creeps as well? Robots, okay. And they are immune to that, so instead we'll have to pick another weapon. Would this work? No, not really. Run. Boss. Not sure how many lives I have. We can check in the inventory, right? 1 life. So that's 1 spare, right? So we'll take bubbles. No, this is boomerang. Bubbles is this. How goes work on buggles, by the way? Any new stuff? I think you mentioned that we have a new survival map, right? That sounds interesting. Managed to beat him. And some more bug fixing. All I done, huzzah, yeah. But what's next? Yeah, apparently. Get your weapons ready. What is the item 1? No idea. This guy is the main antagonist, right? Hey Bellcat, welcome. It's not going well. Yeah, horrible noise. So what do we have to do here? Birds. I have 1 life left, so it's not going to go well, probably. Can farm these for some extra stuff, right? Won't be the first time a check is broken in half. What? Not sure what you are referring to, but sure you can elaborate. Probably the only reason I played this game is for the music. It would probably not be enough. Again, you could probably farm some ammo for it, right? There is ammo pile. Okay. Good enough. the biggest breaking of a check since 1993. Sorry, still don't know. Very ignorant. Going around with Henry of Skeletons. I would much rather play KCD than this. I'll just have to face tank him, right? No, I cannot go up. Right? No, I can. Good. What do we need to do? Platform? We need to use this. Then we need to use... Come on, let me do it, let me switch. So bad. It's not good enough. Yeah, but I still cannot figure it out, so... Pretty bad. Come on! No. Trouble is if I use the climbing thing, I cannot actually like activate the other one before it starts failing. Maybe we got a new thing. This? Well, it still does not help me much. Maybe we can switch. Do something else. Come on, let me do it. No. Just how? How? You can activate more than one of those. How? I cannot switch them. When one of them is activated, I cannot switch it. It does not work. Oh, platforms. You mean yeah, I can activate the same ones. Yeah. Ah, so bad. I have almost no life as well. It's bad. I need to die. Yeah. Switch to the one. Just beaten the final boss. Good for you. I will never beat the final boss. I didn't do it, it was fuck, yeah. Platforms quickly, try to make these new ones last long. Messed up. Do it? No. It was not meant to be. Come on. Such a good game, except this part. Fuck this part. Just gonna drop them faster. Ah! I need to somehow get more ammo. This guy is a massive pain, but the thing here is also a massive pain. Just how? And I have 0 lives, so we will die anyway. Might as well. Right. Do it. This doesn't look like Caesar 3. Yeah. Hey, Krikne. This is certainly not Caesar. This is punishment that I have to do. And on top of it, it has a challenge. I needed to beat this in 5 hours, and I didn't manage to, so I'll have to spin the wheel of misfortune on top of it. So, good times. Let's take the... is it this? Yeah. Use this again. Oh, we need to use it again. Okay, fine. Missed it, so we'll have to grind some drops. There is a small one, but you'd need a larger one. That's a big one. Let me do it. It's probably not enough. Take the small drop as well. Not F. Okay. Go. Now that'll be this guy, so I'll need to shoot him in the face. Or we can actually evade him. Much better. Get hit. Try to jump. Now this thing. Hey FGs, we have the initial bosses, but now it's like the proper game starts, I guess. And since I'm really bad at it, it will not go very well. It's bad. Just cannot do it. No, I cannot do the fourth one. It just does not even spawn. No, the fourth one just does not spawn, so I would have to make them further apart, and that would not work. Multiple 2 rockets. Yeah, I need to wait for the first one to respawn, probably. But now I don't have the ammunition. And the grinding is bad, because these are not farmable easily. There is some ammo. No, not that. Clearly trying to mislead me. Who cares at this point? It's impossible anyway, because I cannot beat the game in 30 minutes, since it took me 4.5 hours to get here. And this is where the real game begins. Ah, why did I pick that? Bad. Come on, no. No. No ammo left. Multiple 2s. What is 2? 2 is can you start the first platform from the ladder? Like this? I don't have the ammo, so I don't know. Horizontal. Guess I could try it, but how am I supposed to go up ever? And I cannot switch once this is active. Yeah, I have to use once. Cannot do it. No, this is the end. Let's resolve the prediction. Was I able to beat this game in 5 hours? No. So enjoy your points. Let's take a look, I guess. I should have an option to have a breakdown, right? View results. Oh no, this is a wrong one. So we had 85,000 points on no and 49,000 points on yes. Quite a bit of salt redistributed, but it was, yeah, victory was never an option. Yeah, I tried my best, but unfortunately I just cannot deal with this. This is, as I said, I'm not very good at platformers, and this game is clearly my match. I just cannot even imagine beating it. Baron has redeemed, have a map made in your honor. Okay, and what map would that be? I think I heard you talk about a Caesar 3 map that would be Grand Lakes in Canada, right? Is there a specific area that would you would like to be represented? I'd like a Caesar 3 map based on geographic area of Ottawa. Okay, good. So I'll just find like on Google Maps how the area looks like, or maybe you could provide me with something that you have in mind, like take a picture from Google Maps and then make a square of what should be included and whatnot. Massive native huts, okay. Should there be a native trading post? I think we can talk about the details in Discord if you wish. There are many things that I need to ask about because I want to make the map just for you, like I made for Blobber, so more feedback is better. Topographic, okay, great. I would appreciate that. And since we are still having some time left, I think we should do a long play vote, because I don't have a long play currently. Last one was Telltale The Walking Dead, which was also horrible, but nowhere as horrible as Megaman. But that is over, fortunately. So now we will hold a vote, but I will need to switch this up a little bit. I think we heard enough of this music. No, it's not on the long play. There is not Super Meat Boy on the long play vote, and it's a platformer, so I would not include it. But there are suggestions in the Discord. If you join the Discord, then there is a channel that's called Long Plays, and basically I draw games from there. If they get the most upvotes, they get drafted into the vote. We have like 15 candidates there, and then there are 5 games that go on the vote. Never enough of Megaman. Will a team? Okay. So I'll need to set this up. So give me a sec, I'll post in Discord as well. And to find out which games will be included, so we'll be doing a new poll. I should also spin the wheel, so we can do that as well after we hold this vote. So games that will be included in the vote are CC3, Augustus campaign, then we have Kingdom Come Deliverance, then we will have Witcher 1. Then we'll have Warhammer 40k Gladius. And then we will draft a new game from the suggestions. So highest points, the upvotes were for Frostpunk. Let's remove Frostpunk from the list. And this time, since we actually have more channel points in the circulation, I'll have to check up the prices for redemptions of extra votes. So it will be 300 crystals per vote. I will set the vote duration to 10 minutes. And we have a new mechanic actually. How this will work is, if a game gets picked, then it goes to the long place and it gets removed, right? So one of the 5 will be removed that way. And also, the game that receives the least amount of votes will actually be detracted and will be pushed back to the suggestions again. So we will have 2 free slots each time, and if a game is not popular in vote, then it can get like 66 pretty easily that way. So there's still a chance for putting off some games like that. Yeah, democracy is dead, FGs. Yeah, the idea is pretty good, I think. Let's take a look. So far it looks like KCD is leading. We have 16 votes for it. Some love for The Witcher. Remember that if game receives the least amount of votes, it will get pushed back into the suggestions again. I will play best Henry, of course, the only true Henry. We will not do any crimes, if we can help it. Maybe there will be like a little stealing when nobody is around, but we will not steal from any NPC directly if we can help it, and we will try to act honorably. The third one wins in that case. That is customary in Jakeverse, so we will respect the laws of Jakeverse. It's like Witcher is having 20 votes. ACD 19. Still some time left. Let me switch to Caesar. I've heard enough of this music. The only law in Jakeverse is that there are no laws, yeah. It's like the one thing I think is good about Megaman. There are no good things about Megaman, except when it ends. Yeah, but it is customary even on Barony to have it so that the third option wins if there are ties like that. And if we have 3-way tie, then the next one wins, and then if they all tie, then I'll have to figure something out. El Coro knows how to break the system. Zoom in on this glorious piece of land. It's more like we cross-pollinate each other for ideas to steal, yeah. The only law is you better bring a sword. Yeah, I don't have any mods yet, which is also something that I would like to change. But I'm not giving away mod badges for free. Mods are called prefects, and we have prefect challenges that need to be beaten first. They are usually stuff that I manage to pull off on stream, so it's definitely possible things, but it might require some preparation. Especially the Caesar challenges. Well, mods are great because usually I have like big follows coming and going, and even I had some bad people, so it's worrisome to just go back into the chat and manually get rid of them each time. At least 1 or 2 would be very handy, I think. By the end of the week. Yeah, we will see. It's like KCD is winning right now, so we have 23 votes for it. Yeah, people are trying to make a tie happen. Yeah, Boomer is everybody's mod. He wants the immunity, right? The diplomatic immunity. Once an hour. Sometimes I have big follows like Chain go into my channel, and it's like I ban him, and then 3 minutes later another one comes. We should also, yeah, give it time. Sure, I'm not like rushing it or anything, but the challenges are there for anyone interested, so I'm just throwing it out there. You need better prohibited terms. Like I have to make rules in general, like no saves coming. I try to specify each challenge by writing what's necessary, because in some games I allow like saves coming if it's just one save. Apparently enough people for them to keep it running. Yeah, apparently. Just cannot imagine why would anybody do that, but how it goes. And I'll need to set up my Wheel of Misfortune, so while you are taking a look at the Glorious City, I will just quickly make sure that I have it ready. Well, it's multiple accounts, right? So they have to constantly shift them, I guess. Hacking account, yeah. We have 3-way tie again. It's like KCD, Witcher and Warhammer 40k have 24 votes. So in this instance, CC3 would win. Still like 2 minutes left on the vote, I think. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so I need to start up my application for the wheel. In the wheel, I have like multiple ones, I don't remember which one was best. Probably this one. Should have watched more Caesar. Yeah, Caesar is great. Caesar is such a great game. I love it. Would never get away from it. It's probably going to stay with me until the day I die. Watching Season 3 is the way of life. Yeah, and playing it is also the way of life, right? So we need to remove the ones that are already here, right? No, I need to... yeah. It's kinda finicky to manage the wheel. So it'll take me a little while. My BlueStacks is also lagging a little bit, so when I click on it, it takes a while to boot up the thing in question. So I need to figure out which game this is. So that was Megaman 1. That was submitted on the wheel by Baron. Next up is check. So Wheel of Misfortune. We have Age of Empires 2 barracks only. It looks like Warhammer 40k Gladius has won. There was last minute rush for it. Somebody saved points and waited until the end. So we will play Warhammer 40k Gladius. And probably with some mods as well. I don't like to play the vanilla. I'll take the realistic sizes of units, I think, and maybe some other stuff. Bound to be good. So next up is AoE 2, barracks only. Didn't manage to beat Telltale, but it redeemed itself, yeah, I guess. Next up we have Constructor. Then we will have Arminian RTS. Will be a true punishment if that gets rolled. Then we'll have Nancy Drew. Then we will have Gift Sub and Spin. If that gets rolled, I'm just going to gift a sub to the channel and then I'm going to roll again. And then we have Age of Mythology with chatters. It could honestly just be campaign on brutal because the game is terrible. So it's gonna be it. And we have all the options. So now we can go into spinning mode, right? Yeah. So let me just quickly set it up. So this is the wheel. So we have 7 options on it. Let's give it a spin. What happened? Did it crash? Oh my god, this is horrible. Why did it happen? Give it a moment. Okay, it's spinning. No. The wheel says no. I'll have to get another one. Probably. Let's give it one more shot. I guess the games on it are just so terrible that the wheel says no. Wheel games. This is just a web source, right? I can add things myself to it. Yeah. Thanks. So that means I'll have to add in the things again. So that will be Arminian RTS. Then we will have Nancy Drew. Then we will have Megaman 1. Then we have Gift Sub and Spin again. Then we have, what else was on the wheel? Constructor. Then we have Age of Mythology. Now I just need to capture this instead, so... Conveniently, the app crashed. Oh, I would not deceive you in such a way. In capture. So let's give this a spin. Let's see what rolls. Like it might be spin again. Okay. Might be financial ruin for me. So give this up. Yeah, it could get expensive. Where is the wheel? So now we will remove the option. I think that's a safe thing to do. And it is Constructor. I'm not sure if you ever played this game, but it's truly horrible. Original or remake? I think original. Yeah, Jake has been enrolled among all the people in the chat. Yeah, if it would have landed on the Megaman, it would be pure soul. So Constructor, right? So I guess we could play it for a little bit right away. Yeah, building property tycoon basically. I don't have much experience with the game, but it's bound to be really bad. So I'll need a second to set it up. I think that I can download it really quickly. How bad are we talking? Very bad. It's a decent game, but the controls are absolute jank. I didn't like the game at all when I booted it up. Like, some of the stuff seems like it's a good idea, but in practice it does not translate well. So let's install it. Can switch to Caesar for a little bit. Just in time to watch the wheel. Yeah, the wheel has ended, unfortunately. And it has rolled Constructor. So I'm installing the game right now. Did we conquer too? No. No, Boomer, we have not. It has been a failure. I managed to beat the initial bosses, but then on the first level of the actual game, I got absolutely stomped. And I just couldn't take it anymore, so I had to resign and distribute the points. Yeah, I learned to row. So the game is downloading. If you give it a second, it should be ready in like 3 or 4 minutes, hopefully. Take a look at some of the monuments from up close. Don't have the time to appreciate them most of the time. This is Grand Temple to Venus. And for my long play mode, we will be playing Warhammer 40k Gladius. So I might as well just go into long plays and edit the post so we know. And there is another thing that we need to address, and that would be which game actually was the least popular. I'll need to go into the stream manager again. And manager poll. The results. Looks like the least amount of votes were cast for Frostpunk. So Frostpunk is not getting on the list. It's just, it will remain in the suggestions. This is kinda strange because of it was the recent edition, but it's how it works. It allows some of the other games to take its place if they are more popular. So I think that's a kinda good system when managing these sorts of things. Don't just have the games be there indefinitely. At least it incentivizes you to cast some votes for the games that you want to remain on the wheel, if they are having like no chance to win. So what might happen is somebody will stockpile salt and then dump it on the vote. So one game will get a massive lead. So at least there is a chance to retain some of the games. And allow more space for the other ones to take its place. The one that gets the least. Okay, constructor has been successfully downloaded. I'll need to run it quickly. Just set it up in windowed screen so I can actually share it. Oh no, it downloaded in Czech. I guess we could play it in Czech and it would be even more punishing, right? At least for you. No, let's switch it to English. Content video. No. Can I even switch it? Maybe that this game actually does not have windowed mode, in which case it would be horrible. Redo it. Yeah, I think I cannot switch it to windowed mode, so I'll have to just set it up and have my chat on my phone. It's never good. And let's go Caesar, switch this. Okay, so it's on the screen now. Good. Only one monitor, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a second one. The second PC in the room is my girlfriend's, so I cannot just steal it. Oh, this game. Yeah, it's a punishment game, which we'll be playing. Okay, so let's jump right into it, I guess. So first up we'll do the tutorial, because I don't remember it at all, but the gameplay should be punishing enough. Probably not as punishing as Megaman, because it is an RTS after all. Oh, this looks like that mob game Strudel was playing. Yeah, it is like that. You are basically like very shady landlord, construction company man, but you also own land. Back on home ground, yeah. So you think you can make it in the world of constructor? Your predecessor was not up to the job. You think you can cope with the demands of the city council and the mob, let alone those annoying tenants? I'll get it in the neck if I don't explain some of the basics too. Your ever important cursor is controlled using the mouse. You can push scroll the map by moving to the sides of the screen. There is no files. You are there. You can move the camera view using cursor keys. You don't have to look around now. Yeah, the arrow keys. And I'll have to just give me a sec. I'll need to set up the stream information to be reflecting what we are currently playing. Okay. And post it in Discord as well. We'll probably not be able to do full 4 hours of this today, but we will be playing it at some other point as well. You can zoom right out by pressing delete. Okay, well done. You are not as daft as you look. You can zoom back in, pressing insert. Yeah, okay. Good. This is your HQ center. Of all things important. You would best protect it like it was one of your own. If it burns down, it will be curtains for you. But don't worry, we'll dig you a nice grave in the yard. Rather than standing around picking your nose, let's get going by selecting this geezer. Point your cursor at its feet and press the left mouse button.
Who are I?
This is your foreman. You'll need him to build your property empire. He will instruct his own work team to do all the hard graft for you, whilst he files the risk assessments. You can move him around by pointing where you want him to move and pressing the right mouse button. And here come. Your workers have finally got out of bed to do some hard graft. Send your foreman to the beacon we've just placed outside the HQ entrance. By pointing, pressing right.
Righto.
That was a long walk, wasn't it? Every foreman have a group of up to 5 workers. You can have a full group. They'll be far more efficient. So you'd better add 2 more workers to this guy's team. So that will be done with this. Add these.
Righto.
So now he has 5 people. Great job. They're getting the idea. Right, enough of all this poncing about, time to do some building. Let's start by placing your first building site, so let's head on over to the estate agent. The lumberyard will be your first resource, which is handy for a plank like you. Get it up and running to supply wood for your future buildings. Try finding a legal position to place the site by moving the cursor for it around. You can tell which land you own because it's glowing, your team color. So we'll build it here, instead of this cow field. If you take a look at that, a brand spanking new building site. To view the site, plus start left mouse button while hovering over. Start working on this building. Bring your man to the site. It's done by clicking call to work. Okay. So he is going to approach. And they will start building it. Briar, press it, move a work team into the building.
Righto.
They will go inside and start production, right? Left mouse button whilst hovering over the building foundations to click new icon appeared on the left side of the screen.
Deep right.
There are the planks. Speed up with production, you can call a second team into the building. Made enough of racket, but now we've got enough wood to start building on the next property. Go to the estate agent to see your new choices. So this one is the next one. Click on the homes. You can build level 1s. Build a log cabin. So this is one. You can change the sorted building type using A as. What's this? Place it there. Squeeze it nicely. Now you need to call a work team to finish the job. Your teams are busy. Click on your foreman using left mouse button and move him to the side by pointing and clicking the right mouse button whilst people are inside the building. Flag appears outside. You can click on the flag.
Eh? Righto.
Okay. So we'll send him here. You will start construction. You should have this new house knocked up in no time. Hey, friendly computer, welcome to the stream and thanks for the raid. Hold on, your first home has been completed and is ready to be rented out for the first time. Building a variety of types of houses will expand our choices in the future. Congratulations on your first tenant house, even if it is a bit F. Look inside and choose a tenant. Hover your pointer over the base of the building and press the left mouse button. This place is obviously empty. To put a tenant in this house, click on the appoint tenant. There are 5 levels of tenant from the riffraff to the toffs. I'm afraid you are scraping the bottom of the barrel at this stage. No Megaman? No, it has been played quite a bit today. It was Megaman 2, and the punishment wheel decided that the punishment game is Constructor. Take this dodgy looking pair. Whilst they have plenty of money, they don't breed quickly enough and they might damage your property. These are students, right? Greaser tenants, okay. Best we use the other couple. Those slobs will do exactly what we need. They'll breed like rabbits to create extra workers and tenants. Okay. They've moved in and made themselves at home. Don't you love what they've done with the decor? You can find out what these tenants like and don't like by clicking on their picture. These slobs are the lowest level of tenant that you can get. They are good for breeding quickly, are quite noisy and can cause problems for their neighbors. But as long as you don't annoy them, they can be fairly self-contained and don't expect too much in the way of luxuries. These areas give you information about the house and its tenant. Hover your pointer over each of the areas to find more info. Don't really need to. Currently these guys are paying rent, but we need to expand our empire and breed more workers. Click on the worker icon to have them start breeding a new worker. While they are doing it, they will probably not pay rent, right? Okay, so this is a counter that shows us how long it takes to make a worker. I suggest you upgrade their bedroom. Click on the renovations. These rooms have different benefits such as increased life expectancy, relieving stress, reduction repairs and increased birth rate, which is what we need right now. Please select the bedroom. Go to dump. There are several stages for each room that must be better than this. Select upgrade room to start redecorating. You'll need to call work team inside. Okay. So this is the tedious micromanagement part. That's why this game is terrible. Hopefully I'll have start effect. Notice that the birth rate is improved. Faster the dial goes around, the quicker the next baby will appear. Just like in real life, they do slow down as they produce more children, but the happier they are, the quicker they breed, and more rent they are willing to pay. Everyone wants a nice garden to go with their house, so let's start by improving the fence. Limited selections of fences available, let's give them this. So it wants us to build this one. Few of my neighbors look like Mr. Adidas here, do they? Then you are not living in a nice neighborhood, probably. The work team will construct the fence, right? Yeah. Now let's move the house, leave the house and take a look around. You can quickly see what each house is producing, rent, workers or more tenants by showing the floating icon above the house. If something else is wrong, it will be shown there instead. Now we need to teach you how to look after your estates. So let's introduce you to one of our other characters, the repairman. Please select this fine gentleman over here.
Alright, calm down.
Your repairman's right spanner. If you switch on auto repair, he will circle around buildings on his current estate, repairing them one after the other. Okay. Oh no, it's not good to do anything manually if you don't have to. This game seems great. It's not great. Like, the concepts are fun, but the implementation is horrible. You need to micromanage every single slope house, whilst the enemy is constantly expanding and doing sabotage actions on you. Well, what's going on here? This dude looks like he's up to no good. Thief. Going to steal our stuff. He has stolen a plank. Someone has stolen some of your resources from your site on Kettle Swallow's estate. It might not be too late to catch him while he gets back. And click on him.
What do you want?
And
My son! Yeah!
too late. He's disappeared down to the tube station and he seems to have stolen all your wood. You'll need to restock that place. Get one of your teams back inside your lumberyard.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. We'll take 4 men. Go inside. Macro is what makes a game worthwhile. Not really. Something is kicking off in here. Let's have a look inside the house. They are unhappy. They send a complaint letter to the council. Look on their heads to see what's wrong. Get a gutter. Oi you, oi. Your factory has been going all day and night. We can't stand the noise no more. Close it down for a bit or give us some double glazing. You have a whole year to solve this problem. Sort it or else. Well, I only got 20 black marks. They're obviously not happy living next to a loud factory. Better keep them sweet by getting your work team out of the factory.
Right-o, Jack.
Go outside. The more micro, the better. It was easy to deal with. They are not always as simple as that. However, much you have, it's never enough. I think you need to buy some extra land for your next building project. Please select the world map icon. We can take this, for instance. Buy it. The sound effects are also on point. Yeah, especially the people sound effects. The slopes. Go back. What do we need to do? Plop down another house, right? Can build this over here. lodge. You will see that you can orientate the house by moving closer to the side of the other, or you can cycle through the directions by pressing the right mouse button. Once happy with the position, press the left button to place it. A bit minimal. Now get those work teams on site to finish the building off. Let's send these guys in the factory. Click on this foreman. Send him here. These workers, or this is it the repairman? No, this is a worker. Enemy? Enemy worker? No, this must be our guy. We are green, right? Yeah. Just making the sidewalk. On point for a punishment game, you mean? Yeah. It's not great. Put a tenant in this house. Swap tenants again like before. Each tenant has a certain life expectancy. You have a limited number of tenants, so you must breed more. So they will be ready for when you need them later in the game. Please instruct your new tenants to breed a level 1 tenant. Redecorate their bedroom. Call the work team. Improve their fence. Give them something. Call the work team. And they even have a cow outside. How nice. Okay. Oh, they want a specific fence for this one. Right. So let's do it. The game is very specific in what kind of fence you need. Large garden will please your tenant more and make it easier to decorate with garden, but we want to fit as many as possible. So I would just like have them have a very small property. I guess we could give them a little larger place.
Yeah.
I need the foreman.
Righto. Who righto?
Hey.
Yeah. Break. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So they will build it. We are getting more workers, right? I think we have 3 more in the HQ. Due to the high quality of your shacks, the council surveyor is going to let you build some proper houses after you build the cement yard. This house needs a tenant who will start paying us rent. We have a business to run and we need to make money. Please select the greaser tenants.
Hello.
It's possible to force tenants to pay more rent. Doing this will make them less happy, which may cause you problems. Careful. Now let's push the rent up by at least 25%. Make sure you keep track of what's going on in the world. And inside the building you can toggle the radar on and off by pressing the R key. Okay. Look after these new houses, please select other repairman, move him into the bottom estate and set him to auto repair.
Alright.
So a lot of micro. Auto repair. Time to buy another larger estate to give you room to expand your empire. Please buy Beaverbrook Estate. This one. Cement factory. We will build it. Gonna look at one of our work teams after they are done with this house. Okay, so managed to do this. Is it done? I don't think so. Maybe we need more planks? No, we should have enough. So what's the issue? Can I get this guy?
Righto.
Okay. So let's go here and build this. Might need to give these guys a fence as well at some point. Could we get another work team?
Break.
We have 4 workers in there, but no foreman. He's out to knock out a new one senior HQ, so to make one. Select your HQ icon on top left. Okay, open it up. Now you can turn workers into different roles, I think. But it costs more. These pair workers into a repairman. Okay. Now he will go here, constantly repair. We'll take this foreman, send him into the cement factory. Okay, we'll constantly repair. Gadget factory. So much micro, so much stuff you'll have to do. Give them like TVs, things like that. One of the teams to side, so we'll take this guy. We probably have enough lumber, right? And we are constantly losing money because one house is not enough. But this is still the tutorial, so we cannot really do our own thing. Just that. Gadget. Gadget for houses such as computers to create next level of tenants will be available. Gadget factory can be accessed by either clicking on its footprint. Welcome to your gadget factory. Here you can build many items to enhance the inside and outside of your houses. Planting trees in your tenants' gardens will give them the shade they need to dodge the sun's rays. It'll stop them from complaining too. Select the trees icon and click again. Add it to the queue. Call a work team. It's even more immersive than Caesar 3. Not really. Money doesn't grow on trees. I think some governors would disapprove. Place 2 trees around a single garden. Place them here. Give this guy a tree. Once you have placed all objects that you want, press right mouse button to close that. And smell the green. They send deliver guys to deliver the trees. Smell the green fingers from here. Now let's run the gadget factory and let's improve some tenants' life. The Hockey 2000, the state-of-the-art personal computer which will enrich child education. But lots of computers so we can start producing better tenants. So how many do we need? 3. We don't want these delivers to push over to hub. Okay, he's going there. So they will just get it for free, right? Plug and play. Let's go inside, check the gadget screen, see if they are turned on correctly. Gadgets can also be collected by the tenant himself to avoid waiting for delivery. Okay. In all the best ways. In all the worst ways. Now with the computer installed, this property is able to produce next level tenants. Please select the level 2 tenant birth type. perfect choice for our state-of-the-art bungalow. Let's go and build one whilst we wait. Problem is nobody is paying us any rent right now, so we'll probably go bankrupt. Alright. Place the bungalow here. We'll have to send a work team.
Right,
And probably switch the cement people to timber. Production has halted. Enemy spy has wandered on site. Need to get rid of him as soon as possible. Your workers can attack any enemy character. Select one of your workers and hover over the enemy. Start attacking him. Okay, select them like this. Yes. Okay. Finish the building. Done. Yes. Now time to get an appropriate tenant for this little box. Select either all two tenants, punks or students. What do punks do? Rent 135.
Listen,
Students would pay me more.
Hey.
The punks die quickly.
Listen, you.
Pick the students. Guys will happily pay rent every month, but there are two ways of make money. Let's step outside for a chat. Things in constructor aren't always above board. A good way of making money is to steal someone else's hard-earned assets. They'll sell them quickly before someone comes knocking. Take over a property. First, select one of your foremen.
Righto.
Okay. Now take your foreman and his team to the beacon outside
Righto.
the enemy house. Target your foreman at this house. So he will try to demolish the fence. Once it's demolished, we'll get the property, right? Oh dear, Mario, the enemy's cousin, happens to be in town. He doesn't look happy. Go to his little friend shortly. He does have a gun, but we should be able to kill him. Probably. No. We're obviously going to need some more underhand tactics of our own. Time to introduce you to the undesirables. We now have access to the hippie commune, home of the half-wit. Well, let's get one of those knocked up quick, smart. Let's do sabotage actions. We'll have to keep it somewhere away from the people because it's horrible. Where is it? Here. Okay. We'll need a foreman team.
Who's that?
Need to
Righto.
set him out. Assign workers, right?
Yup. Yup. Hello. Who's that?
Let's build it. Had to leave? Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. This game is not really great. Are they going? Yeah, they are here. Construct, right?
What?
Come on, do it.
Yup. Daybreak.
Take the freaking workers outside.
Righto.
This
Who
guy.
are they?
Can we assign him people? No. So we'll have to take our only functioning team.
I know.
Because the game doesn't want me to make new team yet. How did Megaman go? I left at the point where he was despairing and asking Jake for a different punishment. Did you progress? We played until it was like 4 hours and 40 minutes. I managed to beat the initial bosses, but then just couldn't progress. So I decided to spin the wheel of misfortune instead, and we got rolled this game. Do you get the chance to sabotage your rival's properties? Yeah, that's what we are wanting to do, but the tutorial wants us to build this with our last team. Take a look inside. Epic immune. And choose what to use him for. We get a resource site to stop production, supply resource. Get a blaster out into the streets and start a party. It wants us to do this, okay. We can set him to go here. Looks great, thanks for filling me in, yeah. Victory was never an option. Let's start party outside the enemy house to distract his people. When the cursor goes green, you can select the hippest target position. It's a bit slow, I'm afraid, but we'll get there in the end, because undesirables are not selecting the hippie. Yeah, I can see him on the map. I can do follow. Increase the speed of the game. This is our money. Yeah. All good. So now he will start. We can go. That should keep people distracted. So let's try taking that house over again. Using our foreman. Please select a foreman. So we'll take our last team.
Yeah. Hello?
And try to finish off the house. I wonder if that hippie has any tech tips. Not sure. Yeah, he distracted a lot of them. Now we are able to get the house done. Yeah. Should sell it to make a quick buck. 8,500. Right, I think I've spent enough of my precious time trying to teach you the ropes. You, my son, need to step up to the mark and take over my day-to-day running. Now get a wiggle and get some of the available houses built. I'll be in touch. Don't call me. I'll call you. It's these days. Oh, what's next?
Righto.
Probably take our foreman and send him back.
Righto.
Do we have any goals? Game is truly horrible. We will get these. They are paying me rent. Let's take a look what we could upgrade. What's going on here? Okay. I was on for 5 minutes. They are just going to kill us. It's supposed to be a part of the tutorial. Bad luck, your HQ was blown to smithereens. Sweet dreams, sucker. Play the game. Is this like a free play? Yeah, this is a free play. I don't want to do free play. Missions. Basic job. We're gonna the keys to one of our lesser known cities. Who else could be interested in visiting Trashcan Alley? The city plebs here are quiet, keeping to themselves and have minimal needs. Saying that, we still have to keep them happy. However, your team is in need of a larger workforce. We are going to need to produce 8 workers and create the third foreman to ease the workload. Oh, and the bedrooms on Trashcan Alley are totally knackered. Going to need an upgrade the bedrooms, and while you are at it, give them a private hatch to trim. Okay, so we have a lumber mill and a cement yard, right? And take a look at this house. We'll produce tenants. Go take a look at the bedroom. Create it. Call a construction team on the scene. Take this one. They will produce workers. Give them a better bedroom. What is this blue guy? Is this the enemy? I have no idea. Yeah, all our hard work was in vain. Take a look at these guys. You'll give them a hatch, right? But not yet, I don't have the workers necessary. Are they done with this? Yes, so let's give them a hatch as well. Private hatch. Is this like pipe? Yeah. No, we are blue, okay. Give these guys a hatch as well. So they are done with that. Take this foreman, you will take him to gadget factory. This house can supply us money, and we will increase the rent. Might as well give them something better, but I'm not sure what they actually like provide, like bonuses, right? So the bedroom does increase their breeding, but they are not going to do that. Bathroom should increase life expectancy. This should increase the decrease the stress, right? I don't know what's good for tenants. Maybe this. All work team. These are done, and we will give these a hedge as well. Once they are done with that, check the gadget factory. You'll build computers and things. These will need to build them a hedge as well. What is this house all about? These are slopes as well, so we might as well switch them to workers. Give them bedroom, our work team, and we'll need to give them a hatch as well. Do we have a mechanic? Let's check our HQ. This is a worker, so our mechanic is probably just going around repairing stuff. These are paying us rent, right? They are unhappy, so we'll need to give them gadget, right? Okay. Where are our teams? There is one here, so we'll make them a nice hatch. Task for complete. It was the hedges, right? Producing tenants. We should upgrade their bedroom. This one will be money. Increase it, and we'll give them a hatch as well. What about the gadgets? Can we plant the trees? So let's start killing these some trees. So that they are not best. This is our second level house. Should upgrade their living room. And Gadget Factory will need to produce some more computers, I think. Just need the work team for it. Do we have any free foreman? This one is free.
Righto, eh?
That is green and red. Okay. It'd be good to get another house for rent. Second level dwellings. We'll probably need, let's do the second level dwelling. Take the pawn shop.
Righto,
This guy will go there. This one is paying rent as well. Give them a gadget. I'll also give them a fence as well. So how many workers do we have? 4. That's probably not enough for a foreman yet. This is vacant. We'll develop it at some point. Take this guy, send him over here.
righto.
Whatever you want, I've got mate. CDs, videos, hokey cokey 2000s.
Pawn shop. Steal resources from around factories, steal gadgets. I can steal the money, I guess.
Right, my son. Yeah.
Hey, right.
Right, my son. Yeah.
Hey,
Go to
Steve.
that HQ.
Hello?
Let's check the mergers. We could merge workers into tenants as well, if we want. But we need a foreman. That's 4 men are one foreman, okay. Task to complete. And what are the other tasks? 8 workers, upgrade the bedrooms. Take a look. Upgrade the bedroom, call the work team, and these ones will need the bedroom as well, right? Even though we don't want them to breed, we still need to upgrade it. He has managed to steal several months rent from enemy team amounting to 13,000. It's something. They will not like us for that, but whatever. So do we have the thief? No one is here at the moment. Okay. Does this house have a bedroom? No. Upgrade it then. This one should have one. Yeah. What about this one? They need it as well. Task 3 complete. Let's take a look. Now we just need workers. How many do we have? 2. Might take a little while to get more. Could switch some of the slopes to make more workers, I guess. These are greasers. These guys could produce workers instead of tenants, but I'm not sure how many tenants we have for appointing, so let's take a look at them, I guess. Oh. Few possible tenants. We have 7 first level ones, 2 second level ones, right? Let's just keep them breeding probably. No, let's switch them to workers as well. And switch them out at any point. We'll need to send our... come on. The foreman, send him to the timber yard.
Righto.
And we have another team somewhere.
Hey.
That's a new foreman. We have another one somewhere over here. It could be in one of the houses we upgraded. Yeah.
Do what?
Go to the
Righto.
cement
Righto.
factory. So, has anybody played this game before? Am I doing things right? I think I'm just following the mission, but that is for sure like a good way to play this. I'm sure there are some people who actually play this effectively. I guess what we would do is just make a whole bunch of small houses and then tax them. But you need to keep a sufficient supply of tenants. Keep them all working, right? Because the tenants will actually eventually die and need to be replaced. We are waiting on the workers now. We have 3 of them ready and we should be getting more pretty soon. We could even merge a mechanic and develop this area, but I don't think we should. Let's check police. Not built, okay. Important characters. So this is our like list of foremen and other people. Speed the game up a little bit, right? Stage complete. I like what you've done with the place. Whilst you were tidying up the place, our pesky neighbors across the tracks, Red Team, didn't take kindly to our renovating. The Red Team has ordered the services of Mr. Fixit on Monte Cassino Estate to really botch your hard work. Get rid of this dodgy workshop any way you can. You're going to need extra protection to reduce further damage, so produce another repairman too. Oh, and why not take over their majors at Lawton House and sell it for our own gains? Yep. So what do we need to do again? Get rid of his dodgy workshop. Produce another repairman. Can do that. And we'll need to sabotage. But for that we'll probably need to, let's take the repairman, assign him to this district. We need to build like a workshop of our own, I think. Buildings. Can build a commune. Opposing team has managed to convert one of their majors into a neighborhood watch commander. You might want tenants objecting to not having one of their own. And take a team. Do a timber yard.
Righto, do what, eh?
That is an enemy unit, right? We'll probably need to deal with him somehow. Kill him. He's causing some damages to the house. Take a look, we'll need to repair this. Do we have to do it manually? You will need 3 repairmen in there together. Sort this mess out. That's just great, isn't it?
Alright, what do you want? Alright.
So I have to reassign them to the other district. Take this guy.
Alright. Are you kidding or what?
So this is where the annoying mechanics come in. So will you fix it? Can we set it up so they path here automatically because they left?
Alright.
Fix it. Need to disable automatic repairs.
Are you kidding or what? Alright.
Add another one. He's in here, right?
Alright, calm down.
Send him there. Disable the auto repair. Can you do it?
Alright. Alright, calm down. Alright. Alright.
Okay, they fixed
Alright,
it.
calm down.
Now we need to enable him to auto repair.
Are you kidding or what?
And this guy needs to go here.
Are you kidding or what? Hello.
If we commune, we can squat a building. Just do the thing.
Yeah, mate.
Take this guy, assign him some workers.
Righto. Righto.
Send them over.
Righto. Righto.
So where is their...
Righto.
Fix it, okay. So where is the hippie?
Righto.
Where is he? He's gonna start some ruckus. Try to capture this. Like it distracted one of their foremen. Some workers for sure. See if it works. Distractions. It's good. So did we take it? Send them out. We can sell this now. Oh. Cannot sell it.
Righto.
So our next task is take over their mages at Lantern House and sell it.
Righto.
Which one is it though? I have no idea. Try to take this one. Take a look if we can click on it. Atlanta house, okay. So that's it, right? And sell it for 42,000. I guess the benefit of making the property sizes larger is it takes longer for the foreman to convert everything, right? Might be slightly worth it. But it's still better to just have more buildings in one spot, I think. Look at this. So many of them stuck. It's basically their entire economy. Maybe we'll be able to do that. Maybe we could even send like 2 foremen to one house to convert that, right?
Hello?
I guess we could try that. And
Alright,
it's
calm
good to
down.
have superiority because all of this might rush in and try to stop me. Might be horrible. Will he help?
Hey?
Yeah. Okay, now we can sell it.
Righto. Righto. What do you want?
What else? Turns out that the fellow living there was actually Charles Brack, one of the founders of Brick and Brack. He's not happy. I didn't quite catch most of his ranting and raving, but he mentioned something about a couple of budget brothers who came over and fixed us up. You'd better look out on your estates for any shift-looking builders and get rid of them before the damage is done. Your repairmen will alert you if you see anyone up to no good while they are patrolling your estates. So be sure to manually repair those offending property if sparks or gas leaks are involved. You'll need to send 3 repairmen into leaking property to sort them out. That's great.
Yeah.
Send them in. And these in as well.
Tea break.
They are coming. We should probably try to kill them, right? Send everybody out. Kill him. I'll kill this guy. He might be able to do some damage. Stall. Enemy guy is trying to take over, so I'll need to stop him. Finished it off. Take over an existing brickyard to upgrade into brick factory. Once 163 is inside the brick factory grounds, that ought to shut the housing authority up for time being. I'll need to take over brickyard then. Full saturation on level 1 tenants, so we should switch them up to cash. That.
Tea break.
More bad people. A lot of bad people actually.
Oi.
Let's go here, recover some health. And next up we will need to take over a brickyard, and that is going to be... Where is it? This, right?
Are you kidding or what?
Steel yard. Brick yard, okay. Send them over. And we could even employ the hippie. Maybe that's ought to be worth it.
Do what, eh?
Do the music again. And he will initiate it here. I need to give him some time before our before we send these, because they will use the subway, which is faster. Where is he going? Okay, he needs to use the bridge, right? It'll take him a little while to get there. Just do it. He's here. Maybe he's on his way, so let's send him to do it now. Need to kill these workers. Now convert it again. Another man. Kill him. The foreman can resume work. We just select the workers. Ah, come on, do it.
Hello?
They are sending another one. Kill him. Now they will send even more. Almost done. Okay. And we need to convert it. So let's go inside. Upgrade. Yes. And we'll need to give them some trees, right?
Daybreak.
Kill their foreman. No, let's send them in. Need to go into gadget factory at home. Do we have another foreman ready? We do. Let's assign him a worker.
Righto.
And we will go and stuff him inside. Get some trees going. It's to build. Bunch of trees.
Alright, calm down.
What's it looking like? Might be waiting on some more trees to be done first, right? Yeah. This takes a little while. Need your team on site. We should start upgrading it. How punishing experience is this after Megaman? It's quite relaxing after Megaman. That was the true punishment, but it's not a good game. So it's still horrible, just there are far worse things. Task completed. Well done. Steady supply of bricks. I just want to be done with this mission. Why not develop 3 estates with a couple of solid brick houses? Once that's done, let's give Brick and Brack a taste of their own medicine by sending Mr. Fixit over to start a couple of gas leaks. Just don't want to do it, but I might need to. Right, so we'll need to build some houses here. Solid brick houses. Take a look at these. Bricks. Tenement block. Build it. Call the team on site. Yeah, I know I don't have bricks. That's why we have people in here, right?
Righto, Jack.
Go and work.
Righto, who what, eh? Righto.
Can you do it? Okay, just another team then.
Eh?
The other one for some reason did not work. Shame Nancy didn't get rolled. Oh. Why are you like this, Baron? Do you remember all my dictators that were redeemed? They were all nice games, you know? But it's fine. If it gets rolled, I will play it for sure. But I just don't wish for it. That's another matter. Wishing for something such terrible magnitude to happen. Just brutal. So they are making the bricks, right? It just costs some cement and wood. Next bill is due. Yeah, let's pay it. Somebody died. Fine. Yeah, Marek has suffered enough today. That is true. Feels like I should have some sort of PTSD from that, but I'll just happily forget it ever happened. I just need Jake to figure out what else should I play instead. And hopefully it will not be another platformer, because I don't think I can take another platformer right now. What's happening?
Who what, eh?
What's the problem? Is it on fire? What is this? It's my guy who's converting it, right?
Jack.
Tea break.
This is so confusing. Rent. You need to assign another tenant.
Oi!
Oi. So how long have we been playing this horrible game? I think it's about an hour, right? So in a little while I should actually stop and play the rest of this. I think I have Tuesdays as punishment and challenge streams, so next Tuesday will be more Constructor. I wanted to get this mission done. But we'll need 3 brick houses first, so this one is done. Oh, these are just the bad people, right? Yeah. Can I build something then? Housing, right? And then go down. Brick houses. Midwest house. 1. All the construction squad. We might need another. We have 50 bricks, so why don't we where is my brickyard? Okay, let's send these into the wood into the lumber mill. Something exploded. All right, it's probably the enemy property, because they have a rough time doing that. Did I I just went and started converting theirs. I guess that can be fine. Might be able to do it. We still have only one worker. Kinda strange. Now we get another one, yeah.
Tea break.
But I have like 3 houses making workers, and the production seems really slow. Are you building it? Someone else died. Oh, a bunch of people died actually. Yeah, this is another micro part. We need to assign tenants manually to every house that's vacant.
Hello.
Let's do it.
Hey, hello.
And another one.
Oi.
Keep slopes. Make new workers. Is that it? This actually seems to be on fire. Do we have a mechanic somewhere?
Hello. What do you want?
This house needs tenants.
Hey.
Take
Listen,
these.
you.
Build another house. Something is exploding over here. What was that? I guess my guys died.
Tea break.
Looks like they almost managed to convert it, but not quite. I lost a whole bunch of stuff. Now this guy is capturing my things.
Righto. Who what, eh?
I'll select him some workers.
Righto.
Try to go and kill this guy.
Righto.
Can you do it?
Righto.
Why are you so bad? Kill him. Castle Malloy, yeah. Now we are out of bricks again because they captured it, right? I just why is this so bad?
Are you kidding or what?
This game is really horrible. We'll just have to end it and play a free game on Tuesday, I think. But anyway, thanks for tuning in. It was a good stream today. I suffered quite a bit, so that was a long time coming. And we will see each other next time once I stream something actually pleasurable, preferably. And looks like Boltsu is actually streaming Caesar 3. So we will go and say hi to him because he is a fellow Caesar 3 streamer. Might not know him, so cheers.